Hello again, everyone. Welcome to a Friday stream. It's not every day I get to stream 2 days in a row, or rather every week. But today's a very special occasion that I've been hyping up this entire season, and one that I can't wait to show all of you. Today is the release day of Fave the Unholy Trinity, released by New Blood Studios and Erdorf. And I'm trying to get right into it. Oop, there we are. Thankfully, it's easy enough to get up on stream. But yeah, this is it. Really, I was lucky enough to be able for it to release this morning, as opposed to like later on in the day. So I figured, why not stream it? It's a game I've been looking forward to for years now. Oh, ow, that was quite loud. So I would imagine it was extremely loud for you. But as I was saying, I've been looking forward to this game for years now. I'm glad to finally see the trilogy long tail come to an end. But we need to get to that point first.
September 21st, 1987. It's been 1 year since I first went inside that house. I have to finish what I started. What I am about to do has not been approved by the Vatican.
There's a simple startup to our tale. Oh no. Not sure what happened there. Hopefully it won't happen again though. But we play as a priest who has to finish his previous sermon and exorcism. But since this is the full game and not just a standalone chapter, there should be some additional little tidbits for us. Conjuration mode, I'm all about that conjuration, but I have no idea what that is. And it's locked to us anyway, so no ideas. Options. Scan line opacity. Okay, so we can really make this a full-on Atari-esque era game if we want to. Ooh. Grayscale or grayscale. I kind of like the feel of the operation. Gives it that old faded TV feel. Ooh. And I do like the background, so we'll keep it. But we can change the background we got. Oh, okay, so it's the name of the various artists and not just nice titles for them. Okay. Of course. Apparently it's on full screen, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be so on my end. Or for you guys. Okay, there we go. I don't have controller rumble, so might as well turn it off. All that seems good. We should go back. And the reason I love this game so much is because it's a horror game that doesn't rely entirely on like jump scares to make the player feel horror. It's also a very simple game, despite what most horror games try to be nowadays. You got a simple move option. I will walk before the Lord in the land of the living. Psalm 169. It's a top-down Atari-era game, MS/MS-DOS, and you only have one mechanic. You hold up a cross to exercise whatever you feel like exercising. Face demons and cast them out with the space key or A button. Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. And thankfully, because this is an MS-DOS era game, the aim with the cross is very forgiving. But let's not waste any more time. Let's get right into the game. before I do that, let me just make sure everything's set up. Okay, looks like everything's good. But we had, since this game did release in chapters, and the third chapter released with both the other chapters, you can just choose to start off from chapter 3 if you so wish. Nice little Easter egg there. 1, 2, and 3 is a gold, silver, and bronze cross. But for the sake of completing everything and seeing if there's any additional secrets in the chapters, I'm gonna go for marathon mode, which is all 3 of the chapters back to back. Are you ready? As hell of it be. I've waited 4 years for this, I believe. Was the first time we ever saw anything of faith. So, let's do it. We are a simple man, John Ward. Have you forgotten already? This forest has a mind of its own. If you get lost, we'd always try remembering where you've been. Pressing the escape key or start button is a good place to start. Alright. Oh. Okay, so we do have a... That's already a new feature. The original game didn't really have a map or anything to it. You just had to hope that you remembered where you were going based off of where you were coming from. But we also have we can read collected notes, which we only have the one of. Go back at the options. We can quit the game or exit the game. And also, our inventory will be stored right below everything. Right now, we only have our faith in hand, our cross. Yeah, just had to check something there, but thankfully that'll be a lot easier to maintain with everything. That's one thing I was hoping for in the full release of the game, is a map system for areas like this. Heading left, we just got more trees. Ooh. Our first demon! Cast away the demons. Which is very ironic for me, because I am a demon. Ooh. Speaking of demons, my PNG was acting a little buggy there. But yeah. We walk around the forest, looking for anything to exercise. As we make our way to our destination. Ooh, what a grim scene.
Chaos reigns.
Chaos reigns. Ooh, luckily the flora fauna seems to still be around. Always a good sign. Ooh. Oh. Don't worry, Mr. GR, I saved you. I moved off screen before whatever that thing is got to it. And that demon does appear randomly, so you might have to watch your back if you play this game yourself. It can just sneak up behind you. We had to exercise the lake there. I caught some people walking through the woods around the house last week. Not kids, just regular adults. They told me they got lost here while hiking. I pointed them back towards the road. The whole thing just didn't feel right. I think I should go to dig up Bob's rifle out of storage. Always good to be safe rather than sorry. And once again, sorry, I'm gonna have to... My PNGs are being a bit weird today, so... Gotta do some midstream technical difficulties. Okay, there we go. Hopefully. Yeah, that should be good. In fact, it might be because the game's in full screen that it's doing that. My software does not work well with full screen. So let's disable it. Hopefully. Oh. I have to confirm first. Window size. Okay, that's much better for me. everything should be peachy keen from here on out. And I'm pretty sure I did hit that, though. Confirm. Okay, there we go. There we go. Back to the game. As I was saying, always good to be safer rather than sorry when you live out in the woods and mysterious people that shouldn't be in the woods are about. I think this is... Oh, not today! Not today, demon. Just because I'm a demon doesn't mean you can get all fraternizing with me. Another note. Public lecture by Charles James Osborne. Connecticut's historical connections to witchcraft, Satanism, and the beast system. Wednesday, 8 p.m. Huh, always good to have a nice history lesson of your county/state. Yes, but yeah, canonically this game takes place in the whole satanic panic era of the 70s to 90s. I'd rather not. Whatever mangled speech that demon's speaking seems to be somewhat based in English. You're invited! Come celebrate Nate and Jason's 6th birthday! Saturday, May 3rd, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Directions: turn right at 1338 Snake Meadow Hill Road and go straight past the well. Huh. I guess sometime long ago there was a party. But we're not here for a party. We have a mission to do. Ooh. Excuse you, sir. I'm exercising. It takes a lot of faith to get gains like these. The kids and I miss you. The kids and I miss... Okay, Bob. The kids and I miss you more every day. The twins and Amy have started their next school year here at home. Amy keeps asking when she's going to be allowed to go to the real school. I think she's getting cabin fever. The twins are having no problems occupying their time. Yesterday they came in with their hands covered in blood. I guess they found a dead deer and thought it would be a good idea to touch it. I think we might have a coyote problem, because when I went out with them to look at the dead deer, it was a pretty gruesome sight. All this just a day after the twins' birthday party. Can't wait till you come home. Excuse me, just staying hydrated because I'm going to be doing a lot of talking in this game. With this game, rather. But that's our first little connection there. I'm assuming that our twins that were spoken of are the birthday boys themselves. But they seem to have a third sibling called Amy. The Martins' house lies about 100 yards off of Snake Meadow Hill Road. There's almost no driveway. Trees just out in the middle of a gravel path that is mostly covered in grass. It was difficult to find the house, especially since it was already dark when we arrived. Father Allred seemed to know where he was going. He simply drove straight ahead until we arrived at the house. In the headlights, I saw an old shed off to the right of the path. Father Allred explained that he would rather perform the exorcism away from the house, but the Martins had insisted that Amy remain inside. He complained that having the family present makes it difficult to proceed with the elements of the rite that may seem harsh to the layperson. Yeah, if I remember other ritualistic and exorcisms going, usually the family makes it all the harder since the demon can manipulate those emotions. But we have a cabin here. And it seems we have a visitor. But we have a key. Did not give him the chance, but apparently we know nothing. Word of advice, never hold an exorcism in your own home. Do it somewhere where you... Yeah, same buddy. Anyway, never hold an exorcism in your own home. Always do it somewhere where you're willing to have a demon just reside in. Because the demon has to go somewhere, and they're not looking to go back to hell. Well, most of them aren't anyway. We have a couple of... We have a couple gravestones here. Hopefully, that's not any of the children. Mr. Martin, it has taken longer than expected registering the markers on your property as a historical cemetery. Our office has had difficulty identifying who was buried there. The inscriptions on the gravestones are written in a language that we cannot identify. I've sent the gravestone rubbings to some of my peers at the University of Connecticut. I will reach out to you when I get a response from them. All the best, Daryl Henderson, State of Connecticut Historical Society. Okay, so it doesn't seem to at least be any of the children or any of the other extended family. Still roaring to have a graveyard on your premises. Also, Erdo seems to have fixed how the demon spawns. Ooh, that was too close for comfort. Ooh. Yeah, the demon only seems to spawn like when you're near the middle. Or at the very least when you're opposite the side he's set to spawn in. In the few of the playthroughs I watched, that seemed to be a problem where the demon would spawn like right behind you, right as you're walking onto the screen. No. Really pesky, this one. Although I guess most demons would be persistent. Lords above and demons below know I am. Alright. Seems to have eliminated everything here. So let's head up. We have this key after all. Okay, we're back at the well. Does our map say anything? Okay. So we got some trees, shack off to the right, and then north of the well should be another house. Oh. Father Garcia, you are hereby instructed to release Michael Davies from your care and return him to his home immediately. Mr. and Mrs. Davies have already been contacted by our office. A representative of the church is currently en route to their home to discuss compensation in return for their discretion. You'll meet our representative there and accompany him back to Rome. Cardinal Gifford. So we have a few new names there. Father Garcia and the Davies family. Could the gravestones be one of the Davies, or maybe the demon? Or maybe the demon's Father Garcia. Here we have it, our house. Or rather, our destination being the house. And we saw a weird purple figure within. Ominous music. Always good to have in a house like this. Mr. and Mrs. Martin greeted us at the front porch. Mr. Martin led us downstairs to the basement, explaining that Amy was down there under restraints. I felt for him. There was guilt and shame in his voice. Amy was in the very back of the attic in a chair, perfectly calm, staring at us. It is hard to describe the look on her face. It was not the kind of look a child gives you. I mean, it's only natural that the family be worried for their daughter. Got another note, and I'm assuming a nice family painting of Amy and her parents. Yep, yeah. No sign of the twins though. Let's head upward since that's where the note seems to be leading us. Ooh. Exercise this nice little fridge painting. By Nate. Just a happy little picture here. We all had our favorite ominous shadow figures in our childhood, along with our red-robed menacing figure. We've all been there. You can admit it. Mine was named Charles. He was very nice. He would always leave me very, very nice bloody gifts at the doorstep every morning. Usually birds, sometimes lizards. But the note said that we had to head to the basement, so let's head to the basement. Already got some bloodstains off on that part. Some leaky water, a washer and dryer. Gotta say, pretty nice as far as basements go. Got the mannequins. Just in time for Halloween. Good to have decorations. Ugh. I was worried they would do that. But glad to see that they're automatic, though. They're high-end mannequins. Amy's parents could not endure witnessing the proceeding of the ride for long. Mrs. Martin was hysterical, and the thing that was inside Amy was feeding off of that fear. Father Allred asked me to take the Martins upstairs, but I was physically worn out but managed to get them back up to the stairs. Into the kitchen. Amy was screaming, "Mother, Mother," the whole time. Finally, I got them to sit down with me at the kitchen table. After a few minutes, we couldn't hear much of anything down in the basement, so I went down to check on things. I found Father Allred lying on his back, unconscious, with his arms spread out wide. Amy was not in the chair. Huh. Everything went well, it seemed. Got some... I guess... Oop. Begone, demon.
She is here.
Looks like we found our demon proper. Not Amy, but rather the thing within her. I guess I was the only one that thought to check in the attic. When I got up there, it was freezing cold. I found Amy standing in the back, looking straight at me like when I first met her downstairs. We spoke briefly, although it was frustrating to talk to her. Or it. I experienced a bit of deception from the demon. During our conversation, she uttered my mother's first name and in other instances spoke perfect Latin. I called for help from the others, but nobody came, so I raised my crucifix and began the rite again. Yeah, like I said, always do an exorcism when in somewhere you're comfortable with having a demon just mull about. Doing it in your own home could easily open you up to more possessions, or if someone was already possessed, then repossession. Bob must be stationed somewhere in the Middle East because he sent over this weird-looking doll for Amy's birthday. I'll ask Anisha about it next time we have book club. She looks like she could be from over there. Oh hey, microaggressions. That's always good to have in religious settings. Amy didn't seem excited to see the doll. I think she would rather have a phone instead. Or maybe seeing a baby doll makes her feel self-conscious about working at the clinic. Creepy dolls sent from abroad? Always a good sign. Ooh, ooh. Ooh. Ugh. Didn't even see it sneak up on me, but thankfully we were able to exercise it before it got to us. I'm assuming... Ooh. There you are. For a split second, you can see where it's going to attack from because it appears there first. And whatever's in there is something we can't see. We have a bunch of toys here. No doubt, probably the twins. No, the toys seem to be exercisable. Hopefully the twins are somewhere safe. Oop. Not today. Not sure if he's gonna just keep on attacking so long until we find where we need to go. Worship me. Forsaken. As a demon, I would assume that you would be that. Oof. A door opened upstairs, apparently. She was right on top of me with that one. That was extremely close for comfort. Oh, there we go. The attic is open to us. Ooh. The blood stains seem to have gotten intense up here. Molly, the church might contact you in a few days to tell you their version of what happened to me. I want you to hear from me first. I'm detecting a lot of reading is about to happen right now, so I'm gonna take a quick swig. Alright, let's do this. A year ago, I was involved in the exorcism of Amy Martin. What they said in the papers about what happened isn't true. Okay, so, like an SCP document, something is being redacted out of this document. My superior, father, with, when I confronted her, she, managed to cut the power to the house, and, her own parents, with their own. I have to go back to that house. The nightmare I'm having the nightmares I'm having are real. She's still there, waiting for me. I can still help her. If I don't come back, know that I love you, and I'm sorry. So, the demon possessing Amy, seems to be cutting out information and doing a lot more than just possessing Amy. And it seems that our Father John here is trying to contact Molly in what could be his last moments. Not today, demon. In times like these...
My God, what happened to you? Do you think my face is pretty? I have to finish what I started. She's died, priest.
In times like this, all you can do is have faith. Even at the darkest of times. Even at the darkest times, faith and hope are all you can hold on to. Oh, hey, Mr. Demon. Excuse me, I'm trying to do an exorcism here. I understand that you want a hug, but I'm kind of a busy man here. And as a priest, I don't think I can get that comfortable with anyone, let alone demons. The mask comes off. Be not afraid. Okay, so she'll attack from the direction she comes in. Or rather, the direction she shows you. Blast her with the Jesus. I am the righteous hand of God, demon. Which is ironic, because I am a demon. Remain unshakable. Very durable demon. Oop, okay, there we go. But she's not over yet. Oh, hey, I like that symbol. That's a pretty cool symbol you got there. A demon of culture, I see. Oop. Oh.
More of this.
There it is. Touched for the very first time. Okay, so that seems to be a very tight window to blast her with Jesus and then move out of the way. Alright. Bottom left. I'm in the way. Okay. About 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. My faith in the Lord gives me the sick dodges. Not sure if I can touch. Oh! Hit me with that fourth one.
More of this.
So I gotta keep on my toes. Don't get comfortable. 1, 2, 3. My toes were kissing that little eldritch circle she was making. I'm way too far off. Circle's getting pretty wide. Okay, there we go. Ooh, she completed it. Ooh. Exorcism successful, it seems. right. The demon escaped with the body. Achievement unlocked the first time, the last time. So that was as far as we've gotten with it, with the exorcisms, if that's any indication. Demon left out the window with her in tow. Kill her. Although, that might not be the best option.
A gun with one bullet.
So from here, there's a few endings. We can, of course, kill the demon. And I think that's the canonical route, so if we're doing marathon mode, I think that's the best way to go about it. Wait, hold on. These trees weren't here back when the gravestones were here. I think that's a new feature to the collection. But yeah, I'm pretty sure killing her is the canonical option, so for doing all 3 chapters, I'm going for the concise storyline, as far as I can tell. May you find peace in the end. Our work here, as dark as it is done. And the ominous silence is very, very much unnerving, considering all that this priest must have went through. Ooh. A lone tree that's completely barren. Unexercisable. Okay, we're back on the road at least. With our mission finished, there's only one thing to do. Oh, there we go. That is chapter 1 done. Ending 1 of 5, murderer. If given the chance, I will show off the other endings. Police arrest man accused of murdering missing girl. A New York man is in custody after he confessed to the murder of a Sterling girl who had been missing. John Ward of Palmyra was pulled over at Snake Meadow Hill Road last night after a state trooper reported hearing a gunshot. The officer thought it might be poachers. The officer said Ward was acting nervous and suspicious after being pulled over. When questioned, Ward reportedly said, "I've killed her." According to the police report, the officer called for backup after Ward became increasingly upset, saying repeatedly that there was a demon inside of her. Ward was taken to Sterling Police Headquarters for further questioning. Ward then confessed to authorities that he shot and killed Amy Martin, a 17-year-old girl who had been missing for 9 days after escaping from a mental institution. After a brief search, police located Amy's body in the woods near the now-abandoned Martin home. In addition to receiving a gunshot wound to the stomach, Amy showed injuries suggesting that she had been thrown out of the second-story window of the house. An officer who helped recover the body told reporters that Amy's face had been mutilated in a very brutal manner. Ward was found dressed as a priest when he was pulled over. It is suspected that he impersonated a priest to gain his victim's trust after Catholic authorities in Rome confirmed that Ward was not an ordained minister. The rest of the article is missing. Oop. And this is the intro to Faith Chapter 2. But that ending does lead to a lot of speculation. Were we a priest or were we just some random man? And if we were just some random man, was all the weird demons and face hand splitting out of a hallucination, or some drug-induced crazed, or was that all legit? I'm sure this will be answered, but for now we have another job on our hands. Father Garcia, you are hereby instructed to release Michael Davies from your custody and return him to his home immediately. Mr. and Mr. Davies have already been contacted by our office. A representative of the church is currently en route to their home to discuss compensation in return for their discretion. You will meet our representative there and accompany him back to Rome, Cardinal Gifford. A familiar note. And by the looks of it, we're currently playing a different priest. Okay, so that's another room. Let's check to see if there's anything in here we can exercise first. Nope. So different priests in a different home. Working with what we know now, this is probably Father Garcia himself, if this is his home. One day, a happy little boy. Anything in this? Nope. Very run-down looking house, though. 2 weeks. I like the red eyes. He looks like he could use a sandwich. Maybe a gallon of water. But still a charming looking lad. 3 months. My boy out here. Looking like last year's sandwich. Although he does look rather familiar to a demon we saw. Oh hey! There's the demon we saw.
How are we doing today, Michael? I like the cotton. You don't go home until you get better, Michael. Can I see Mommy and Daddy? I need to make you better first. When she let you get on me, she'll kill you. If you find them to be people, you're laughing forever.
Ugh. The demon's doing a lot more than just possessing Michael. Ugh. Ugh. But I wonder if him looking like that is due to the demon's influence or because he's being malnourished. He took his own picture of 4 months. Ooh, the door's opened. Oh. Nasus. From League of Legends? Oh, while we're here, we can see if there's any other backgrounds since we completed. Oh yeah, we got a third one, but because of the circumstances, let's switch to Pitch Kanker's art of the boy we now know as Michael, unfortunately turned demon. Our faith is shaking. Oh no.
Dios mío, what have you done? I have forgotten something.
Michael, come back.
Hide from good evil. You shall bring the wrath of the Almighty.
Three months of Hall. It's 2 a.m. Ooh. And we're back as John Ward. And again, we're unsure if John is a legit priest or just a man going through the weirdest night of his life. But either way, it's a bit worrying to be out here at 2 a.m. Have you forgotten already? The notes people leave behind seem to exist on the edges of memory. Pressing the escape key or the start button is a good way to remember what you've done, what you don't realize you have forgotten. I'm guessing that's hinting at the note system. And we're back at this area. Minus the graves. Whew. Sorry, Mr. Deer, I didn't see them there, but I guess we now know why the deer is running away. We can exercise the deer, but not the tree that seems to have mangled it. There's no way that a deer just jumping into it did that. Or maybe it wasn't even the tree that did it. The current investigation being conducted on Galoop Cemetery by the State of Connecticut Historical Society has been postponed until further notice. In the interim, we ask the public to avoid the cemetery grounds, the surrounding woods, any wildlife, and any unidentified persons roaming the area. Thank you for your patience. That's even more worrying considering we're here at 2 a.m. I doubt that official investigators would hire a priest, let alone a lone priest, who probably is not even a priest. And if we're here alone, and they're telling people to avoid anything here, what are we about to encounter? Can exercise this lone grave here. I shook hands with the devil. I looked him in the eye. He looked like a long-lost friend. In some folklore, the devil and demons themselves can take different forms. Most notably, succubi and incubi, who can take the form of whatever you would find most attractive for their deeds. Ooh, we got a red note. Quick swig. Dearest disciple, verily not everyone who says Lucifer, Lucifer shall inherit his kingdom. You must first conjure his demon. You must then serve his demon. You must then walk among the children of men as his demon. Thus shall you receive the blessings of the unspeakable. Return to the save family tomb, whenever you are in need of rest. So I guess, enter the spirit house. Oh, the game did save, so this is our first official save point of the game. Although there were auto-saves. Looking pretty ominous. And going back to that note real quick. This is a little bit of a hint. You must first conjure his demon, then serve his demon, then walk among the children of men as his demon. That'll come into play in just a bit. But since we're no longer Father Garcia, let's switch. Ooh. Got a few more things here. Let's switch to CH2 Splash's art of what seems to be a heavily wooded area. And I hope to be able to use Janice's art too sometime. Demons enabled. Not yet unlocked. We can unlock extra bonus demons. Ooh, that's also a notable change. In fact, I think that's also a change with John Ward's sprite itself. We're no longer holding a golden crucifix, but rather a silver one. Not only just because the second chapter, but if we're going on the events of the first chapter, we're no longer as high of a priest as we once were. We have 3 dilapidated-looking men here who look to be in some kind of fugue state. Hopefully not conscious. Hello, us. Ugh. 3 men, 3 demons, and the weird-looking masks have decided to have some glowing eyes on them. 1 second. Ooh. Inanimate Penny, thank you for joining the herd. Glad to have you on board. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy this very, very spooky horror game in time for the spookiest season. We have 3 demons from 3 men. So I guess it's our job to exorcise those demons. 4 statues in this weird yard. Ooh, ominous looking little grave site here. Our first demon. Ooh, weird. Ooh. The scan lines I put in make this one a little hard to see. Oh, okay. He's been thoroughly exercised. Oh, I turned him into spaghetti. It was a bit hard to see him past the clouds, but thankfully I was able to take him out. Losing Grandpa was the hardest thing I ever experienced. We were really close. I cried about it for weeks. Then my stepmom introduced me to some of her friends. They asked me, would you like to see your grandfather again? I missed him so much I was willing to try anything. That night, my stepmom drove me to one of her friends' houses. They took me down to the basement. I saw my grandfather in there, only it wasn't actually him. When I tried to run, they closed the basement door and locked me in. I can't remember much else from that night. My stepmom's friends are always coming by the house now. They tell me I have a debt to pay. They say they have more work for me to do. That's not a good sign. Ooh. The 4 statues now seem to be beheaded. Right up, left up. I'm assuming that's some kind of code. At least if we're reading this from left to right and not like top bottom, then it'd be left up, up, right. I'll keep open mind. Rulu and Lure. Let's try top bottom since we are currently at the top. Alright. No noticeable change. Left, up. Up. And then right. Okay, that didn't seem to do anything, so let's try right up, left up. We already did right, so up. Unless it's one of those context-sensitive puzzles. Left. Pretty sure I already tried to exercise this, but no dice. Up. Oh. Well, looks like we got results. Be gone, demon. Getting too close. Getting too close. I'll see you again. Spaghetti has been made once again. I've been freed. No more overbearing father turned violent alcoholic. No more hiding my bruises and cuts. No more pills and needles. No more getting laughed at and kicked around. They'll never laugh at me again. By day my body withers away, but by night my mind explores forbidden worlds of power and knowledge guided by beings of pure darkness. I've been trusted with secret knowledge of the demon's seal. I've learned the correct conjuring signs, drawing the inverted star along the rocks arranged in 5, first at the top left point and then down. I will lure them to the shadows, then I will show them my power. Alright. So someone decided to let the demons in, as opposed to being possessed. Maybe one of the merry men in here. Speaking of which, let's enter. Oh, there's only one. Nice hair, gotta say. Not sure if he's a corpse, but if he is, death is treating him right. Anything in this? Nope. But we got other pathway there. Ooh. Exercise this gravestone. It is with great sadness that the Sterling community announces the passing of Cindy Marie Martin, 38, and Robert Kimball Martin, 40. Devoted husband and wife, and beloved parents. Their lives tragically came to an end on September 21st due to an accident in their home. Possibly that exorcism that went wrong. Bob was a training advisor for the United States Navy, and Cindy was a CPA, and more recently a stay-at-home mother. They were married March 12, 1969, in Voluntown. Though not particularly religious, they thought their children to be kind, generous, and involved in the community. A public closed casket memorial will be held at Tillinghast Funeral Home at 10 a.m. Thursday. Burial service will proceed shortly after. Bob and Cindy are survived by their daughter, Amy, and their twin boys, Nate and Jason. Okay, so Nate and Jason are, or at least were alive by the time the exorcism happened, although they're nowhere to be found yet. Nice hooded figure carrying a cross. I've seen a few tombs and gravestones like that. Thankfully not for my own family, but I've seen them around when I were at funeral services. Purple skull here. Normally they aren't that. Hey. So, I see you get around often. Don't do that, sir. I will exercise the literal hell out of you. If we're following the trend, this is gonna be our third and final demon in this cemetery. Put that away. I am not, well, I am that kind of goat, but I am not currently doing that kind of thing. I'll enjoy the wiggling and jiggling he's doing. Long indeed. The absolute length of this lad. And I thought I was the only last demon around here. Nobody was thrilled when I got pregnant, not even a little happy. with a appendage like that, it's no wonder someone's getting pregnant. Even my doctor seemed to be judging me. Each time I'd leave the doctor's office, I'd see this strange woman across the street. All she'd do is stare at me and smile. No words, just a big, warm smile. Somehow it made those visits a little more bearable. After I lost the baby, I saw her again across the street from the doctor's. Her smile was as big as ever, but somehow not as warm and friendly as I remember. Yesterday I was walking and was shocked to see the woman standing in the middle of the path. Now she was pregnant. She beckoned towards me. I followed her off the path into the woods. That's when I met Gary. So it's possible that wasn't even a gabagoo, as it was, but rather the placenta of from a fetus. It's possible. It's not really clear with what it is, and with a limited art style doesn't help much. Was that statue always the Noid? Let's save, just in case. Oh! A lot of stuff happening real fast. Our reflection seems to be waiting for us, as it is. Since I'm assuming we're no longer gonna be in the woods, let's switch to Genesis thing. Since we're gonna be dealing with a lot of demons in the near future, it seems. Hello, me. Oh! As above, so below. You know, I'm thinking we should have listened when the game said, don't be in the cemetery. But we got this blood trail here. And I remember the music stopped for whatever reason. Oh, okay. It was just the main melody just let out. But we got this blood trail here. We had that note about the rocks. And we have this ominous circle. Oh. Is this a thing? It should be. Pandemonium. We all do a little satanic summoning here and there. Oh, oh. Something came out. So it seems we summoned something. Come at me all you want. May shiver my timbers. Had my hair sitting on edge for quite a bit there. But we got a new note. New patient initial consultation. Subject John Thomas Ward. Present, Dr. James Spinell, PhD, and 2 orderlies. Subject, non-responsive for first half hour, followed by fragmented exorcism narrative. Subject unable to maintain consistency in story, for example, stating that Amy was in the basement and then saying she was in the attic. Subject insists incident was the result of demonic possession. Cannot declare subject of sound mind, will require several more sessions to fully understand subject's mental state. Will advise Martin family attorneys. That's not even an inconsistent story. She was in the attic, then in the basement. Whatever was possessing her seemingly could move. After that horrifying experience, let's save one more time. Ooh, we're bleeding again. Lots of spooky stuff happening within this graveyard. I don't think any priest would be within their pay grade to handle whatever's happening here. Could have just gone around here. But our bleeding stopped, though. What is even the purpose of that little gate? Since you could just walk around. Strange place, strange place. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Whatever that is, hopefully it stays far away from us. But if not, I guess I'm the only one that can handle it at the present moment. Normal tree by day, but by night it's kaiju. Or cryptid, rather. The Connecticut Tree Man. Oh. We have a large seemingly mansion here, and a child going upwards to the north. She guards the door to underground purgatory. I have not seen her. Children fear her. Well, this seems to be a place we're trying to go to, so let's see what's around the local area. Okay, it wraps around. Okay, we can exercise this scarecrow. Friendly looking guy. Sure, he does his job well. I had to come back. I had to walk through the corn one last time. I wasn't sure what I would find. The dogs? The children? The thing that took them? It could have been 5 years. It had been 5 years. I couldn't even find the little graves anymore. I just walked in the field until I found that stupid grinning scarecrow. As I listened to the wind blowing through the crops, it was like the scarecrow was mocking me. I turned around to go back, and that's when I heard it behind me. Well, it was more like I felt it. I didn't dare turn around. We just stood there. Me, the scarecrow, and the doomed child. Finally, I mustered up a tiny bit of courage and turned to look. It immediately fled to the opposite direction. Crashing through the rows of corn, I ran too. What little I saw of it drained the blood from my face and made my skin crawl. I said it'd be because whatever I was looking at didn't have a face. Just a bloody, gaping hole. Hey, maybe Amy? Whatever you did that day, Mr. Scarecrow, you did a good job. Lots of nice corn here. I would like to help whoever's saying, would you help me, if I could see them. to the north, corn to the east. Corn apparently to the west as well. That's the cornfield for now. Let's go inside this, what I'm assuming was once a nice mansion. Confess thy sins. 2 lit candles. Day 1 of our paranormal investigation into the Old Snake Meadow Hill Church. We got 3 cameras, a box of tapes, and enough beer and beef jerky to last us a week. On our way, we asked some of the locals about the church. It was mostly the stories we had heard before, evil spirits dragging children to the cornfield and secret tunnels under the chapel. But there was the spindly lady game that we hadn't heard yet. Apparently it has to do with summoning the spirit of a woman who used to take care of the orphans back in the 50s. There was even an old rhyme they told us. Walk to the church from room to room, and maybe you will see her. But she will move when you do, but never try to trick her. Awesome! We're gonna try the game tonight as soon as we get settled in. That was a horrible rhyme. It wasn't even a rhyme, it was just a poem, at most? Let's head left. Ooh. The candles changed. And we have a confessional booth here. Night 3. Should I come here? Tapes missing. Lars stuck behind basement door. Henry hasn't come back yet. Can't leave anyway. Well, we are a priest. Let us confess our sins. Mr. Ward seems to have plenty of them.
Pray for me, Father, for I have sinned. What sins have you done to confess? I tried to save a girl from evil, but my fears overcame me. I turned my back on the ministry and broke my vows to God. A year later, the girl reached out to me again, but in the end, I couldn't save her. I left her to die. I am sorry for me and my past sins. Thou hast said will. Here is my penance. Bring the child to me, preferably sanctification, and thou shalt have the peace thou seekest. Give thanks to the Lord for he is good, for his mercy endures forever.
Priest or not, Mr. Ward seems to truly believe his story, and he at least shows remorse for his actions. Also, we're in a new room. Considering the candle moved from this candle to this one, then this one, I'm assuming that's our position. And then something is within this old chapel here with us. Night 1. We still haven't found a way into the basement, but we found something just as cool. A secret passage in the old confession booth leading to this hallway. Huh. So we're at ground zero of something. Henry's going into town to buy a crowbar. We'll see if we can get these boards off of some of these doors. But that's not even the best part. We caught an EVP. You can't hear it on the tape very well, but to us it's kind of sounded like laughing. Thank God we brought the nice mic. We'll review it on the sound gear once we get back into town. Sorry to say, but it doesn't seem like these teen would-be ghost hunters made it out of here. Not in one piece, anyway. And the pastor said, "Bring the child to me," and we keep on hearing of an orphan in the cornfield. Not feeling too good about what I think is about to happen. Okay, so yeah, at least one of the candles seems to be us. And whatever's here with us seems to be on our tail. Which... Watch the candles. Okay, yeah. Nice little hint. If someone is is slow like I would have been. Sometimes I have the gift of prophecy. Sometimes. Not often, though. Ooh. We seem to be at the top of the chapel. And we have a stained glass window we can exercise. Ooh, we can actually see the windows. We have what looks to be a biblically accurate angel, or some kind of bell. Either or. One of a devout disciple. A familiar hand in a face. And the Holy Cross. Night 2. We're gonna be rich. We've caught supernatural stuff on camera before, sure. Doors opening on their own, things falling off of shelves, but nothing like this. Tonight, while we were trying the Spindly Lady game again, one of the candles on the floor lit up by itself as soon as Lars walked into the room. It was nuts, and we got it all on film. We're going to make a fortune selling this at the TV stations. Haha, if only that was the case. The other candle moved down as we moved down. And the other one moved left. I don't like how the music's getting a bit more intense. Let's get that child, so hopefully we have a third soul for the other thing to munch on. And not us. How's it going, Mr. Scarecrow? Good to know. Good talk, good talk. Still don't know who that is. Still no child, though, so... Might have to be a bit more Might need a bit more progress before we get to sacrifice a child. As is a priest's wishes. If that's a real priest. I highly doubt it. This thing opens up. But it doesn't seem we can go in. Okay, there's only one candle now. Not today, not today. Not with me! I have the power of God and anime on my side! I missed completely. Anime is kind of bad accuracy. Oop. This is a very bad room for this kind of thing. But not impossible. Come at me. Come get this. Drink the wrath of God. Oh, got it. Alright, if that doesn't cause a... Okay, so something was covering up the stairs when we approached. That's why it was doing that. Can we confess now, or... I'm just trying to do whatever a seemingly higher power tells me to do. At least I'm hoping it's a higher power and not a lower power. All the candles have been unlit. Don't worry, random lost child. There should be no more scary demons. Oh. Child obtained. Thanks, Mrs. Scarecrow. Oh. Oh, okay, Apparently this kid is scared of the Scarecrow. I am scared. Me too, kid. Okay, we have the child. I'm sure she'll be completely safe with us. Don't worry, kid. You'll be completely safe with me. Totally. Oh. Did it take? Did it? I saw something there, but I might have despawned the child by entering the little secret passageway. Hitboxes in this game are Atari levels, so you gotta be careful with that kind of thing. Yeah, no. If something happened, I didn't see. They are among us? This kid knows cool games? In the 80s, no less.
Why do you sin?
Why do you sin? This kid's got some issues. Here you go, kid. Yeah, that was definitely the normal sound a priest makes. Ugh. It's me. I'm the claw toy. So this is why they tell you not to look in the confession booth. Oh, get away from me. Get closer to me. Get closer to me. Get away from me, but get closer to me. Get away. Be gone. Be gone. Be gone. Below. From below. You don't scare me. You can't hurt me. You're not real. You're not a real priest. And I'm probably not either. Okay. This is a really high-end confession booth. Lots of skulls. I love it. Ominous red hands really brings a lot of color to the area. Subject is suffering from delusion. In John's mind, he plays the role of the hero sent by God to protect the innocent. In order to escape the consequences of his actions, he has created his own reality. In order for everything to make sense, he needs to believe in the evil spirits and paranormal occurrences. I recommend an in vivo approach until we can get John to accept the truth. And for the love of God, please have Miss Martin transferred to another facility. Somehow John knows that she is in here with him. Oh, okay, yeah, Miss Martin, as in, like, Amy Martin, and not the former wife. But, for those who aren't in the know, in vivo therapy is a type of therapy in which you treat, like, a traumatic experience or stress by putting the subject in that stressful experience. For example, I guess in this case, as John Ward believes that he's a priest and he's trying to exorcise demons and stuff, you make him believe that he is a priest and put him in situations where he believes he's exorcising demons. It's not just for, like, demons and stuff. For example, if you have someone who's afraid of, like, drowning in the ocean, you dunk them in water and surround them in deep tanks full of water. Or, like, people are afraid of bugs, you stick their head in, like, an ant tank and hope that they get better. It's a legitimate type of therapy, if a bit of extreme one, but it is based on some truth, and I've heard that it does have results. So if it does work, it works. Let's switch backgrounds here again, since we seem to be in a very dark place. Let's go back to the dark woods. We sacrificed the child. We've exorcised what I'm assuming used to be an orphanage attendant. Now all there's left is to go down. Darkness surrounds thee. Who's watching me now? Achievement unlocked. This is my final memoir, hastily scribbled on the page of the good book. I now descend the staircase, knowing full well that she waits for me ahead. Checking my old watch has revealed something quite astonishing. Time doesn't change down here as we know it on the surface. Even now, the hands don't move past 2 o'clock. So it's still 2 a.m. or that's interesting. It's either still 2 a.m. or we've just been in this sanctity of time afflicted area ever since we went to the graveyard. God's work be done. I have been to where only the faintest lights shine and protect from things unspeakable. God help me, Father Clock, a foolish old man, going mad in this dark... God help me, Father Clock, a foolish old man, going mad in this dark prison, ears bleeding from the screams of the demon. Oh, so this wasn't even us. Just another poor soul that went here at 2 a.m. And just as the thing said, darkness does surround us. We got a bunch of sigils here that look eerily familiar. But, Oh. Okay, so... Big plug, pig nose, long H, X, edgy T, edgy L, spiral, sulfur, Minecraft helmet, some directions, conjoined twins going, yeah! And a ziggity zag. In that order. None of that makes sense to anyone except me. But let's try it out. Oh. So that doesn't work. Or at the very least, top path doesn't work. Something's creeping down here with us. We found... Ooh. Roll it out. We didn't make it in time. We couldn't even see how far along it was. Whatever that thing is, it hides in the shadows. Much like lots of things in the dark. But we should be able to get a sneak peek at it if we wait around long enough. If we fuck around enough, we will find out. Ooh. It's a long boy. Okay, but the path was down, right, and then we just keep on... It's either directly right or... Okay, yeah, if it's following the thing, then it's Minecraft helmet. Nope. I was mistaken. Got dangerously close. Dangerously cheesy demon here. I know that the guy's going, yeah, was near the end, so maybe it's left from here? Okay, yeah. Left, then up. All the way to the right. Down, and then... Okay. Mother of Demons. Anything we can exercise in this? We can do like one of those fancy photo ops where we put your head through the hole to look like a buff bodybuilder or like a horse or something. And we found ourselves back up on the surface. Is this the Snake Meadow Hill Road from the first game? Oh. Something is about to happen here, I'm sure. If those 3 body-shaped bloodstains are any indication. Anything else? that I might be missing out on? No map. Oh, and it loops back around into this area. Hey there, demons. It's me, ya goat. 3 murdered in latest wave of ritualistic killings. Oh, this might be the teens. Sterling, Connecticut. The bodies of 3 young people were discovered in the woods outside of Sterling last night, in what authorities are calling a ritualistic murder. Sandra Atwood, Angel Nogales, and Troy Inglis are the names of the unfortunate victims who were apparently stabbed multiple times and beheaded before being killed in a paganistic ritual. Pandemonium Regnant. 2 of the victims' bodies were also partially burned, although authorities would not specify who. The bodies were found several miles from Gallup Cemetery. Quick swing. Where residents reported that the tomb had been desecrated. They also found trails of blood leading off into the woods. Investigators would have not comment on whether or not these 2 incidents could be related. The arrangement of the bodies in a ritualistic pattern, as well as the writing on certain symbols in blood, matches the style of several murders that have occurred in the Sterling area since 1986. The killings may be connected to last week's brutal slaying of Amy Martin, a 17-year-old girl, by John Ward. Ward had impersonated a priest to gain Amy's trust before luring her into the woods and killing her. Investigators are asking residents to report any suspicious activities to the police. Authorities are urging the people of Sterling to not mourn the loss of Atwood, Nogales, and Inglis, because after all, they were degenerate, devil-worshipping thugs who were hooked on crack cocaine and hated their parents. Why even conduct an investigation at all? That's what you would like them to think, wouldn't you, John? They were just 3 pathetic outcasts who got what they deserved. You actually did the community a favor when you found them getting high in that tomb. You stalked them through the graves and killed them one by one. You ignored their cries for help, their pleas for mercy. You put holes in their ruined, drug-addicted bodies, and then you chopped up their heads because everybody knows that removing the head is the only way to kill a snake. Well, guess what? You didn't kill the snake, John. You cannot kill what cannot be killed. Thou shalt not put down again. Thou couldst not kill any. Thou shalt not destroy my works, for they are the works of the eternal dragon. Even now, she is at thy door, her hand is at thy throat. Yet you see her not. I will have thy soul, for I am the god of this world. Pandemonium Regnant, Satani Vitae, Pandemonium Regnant, Satani Vitae, Pandemonium Regnant, Satani Vitae, Pandemonium Regnant, Satani Vitae, Pandemonium Regnant, Satani Vitae. The mark of the beast. I'm here, John. I don't like where this is going, so I'm gonna take a real nice big swig, so I will be thoroughly hydrated before what's to come. So that's a lot to take in with that note. I'm definitely not stalling for time. Don't worry about it. Okay, on 3. Yeah, I'm gonna hit A to continue the game. Very fancy of Satan to make what basically ASCII art. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude has a way with it. Plus Pandemonium Regnant, that's a very sick name for like a cool character. But on 3, let's see what's waiting for us. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi everyone. Oh god. Huh. Yep. That makes sense. Just your average normal Sunday, 2 a.m. post exorcism. You melt into spaghetti. And now I'm this. Just a little guy. I got no bones to hold me back. And we can wiggity all over. Ooh, ooh. Oh, oh. We got two humans up on the on the highway there, and a stone structure telling us to go back down. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. In this game is great because not only do you get to play as the priests, you get to play as the demons. And as a demon, I'm looking to cause some pandemonium regnant. Blood for the blood god, 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 blood for the blood. Oh god! There was almost 3 sacrifices today. Erdorf himself almost killed me. Blood for the blood god, blood for the blood god, blood for the blood god, blood for the blood god. Oh, but that's enough fun. That's enough time being a weird spaghetti monster. Let's be a demon up there. Oh. Okay. Symbolism? Foreshadowing? John Ward was the demon? All this and more probably won't be answered in this chapter. And we got a candy tunnel here. That's very comforting. Only good things happen in weird, I'm assuming sewer systems, labeled candy tunnels. We got the eye, a nice eye. Any new backgrounds for us? Nope. Oh, we do. We got a cornfield. I mean, I guess it's nice to have a little bit of nature in what is objectively a man-made place. Although I'm pretty sure whatever lies within the corn would not bring me comfort in here. Satin lives. Yeah, I heard the satin industry is booming. Although I heard the devil does wear Prada, so I'm not sure if Satan would be a fan of satin. Read and the mark of the devil and number of the beast. When see it. When you see it, don't move. Alright, got some advice. Possibly from some previous victims of whatever is here. Got a fork in the road as well. Ooh, okay. Been a while since we were able to exercise something for a note. Multiple officers wounded, 1 dead in sewer tunnel shootout. Oh. I thought this was an unfortunate homeless person that lost their life, but turns out it's a policeman. Law enforcement officials are reporting multiple officers down, including 1 deputy who was fatally wounded after an exchange of gunfire in the sewer tunnels near Snake Meadow Hill Road, also known as the Candy Tunnels. Witnesses say they heard the shots approximately 10 minutes after police raided the tunnel, where suspected murderer Joe Bauman, aka the Candy Store Killer, was alleged to be hiding. At this time, At this time, it is not known how many officers have been wounded, although it has been confirmed that 1 officer has been killed. Officials are not saying if Bowman was wounded in the exchange, and efforts are being made to recover the casualties from the tunnels. Well, hopefully the Candy Store Killer isn't still around for those people trying to recover the bodies. Oh, did I miss one of these? Yes, I did. 2 more dead discovered outside Candy Tunnel near Sterling. 2 more bodies have been recovered from the drainage ditch from under Snake Meadow Hill Road outside Sterling. The notorious Candy Tunnel, known in the area to be a home to addicts, gangs, runaways, and the indignant, has been the site of several grisly discoveries over the past 3 months since May. 5 bodies have been recovered from the drainage ditch leading to the tunnels. Authorities are being pressured by concerned citizens to search the tunnels amid fears of a possible connection to Joe Bowman, aka the Candy Store Killer, who has claimed 8 victims in Connecticut and Rhode Island over the past year. So we're not only surrounded by the mark of the beast and the number of the devil and Satan, but we're also in the home base of a notoriously gruesome killer. All around comforting. When you see it, don't move. Not only do we have Satan, we now have Satan. No vowel other than the letter A. And the Illuminati. Oop. Not moving. Not moving. Hello, sir. What a beautiful eye you have. And hands, I suppose. I'm hoping it's good to move now. I'm not dead yet. With any luck, we'll also be meeting Stan in here. And his good pal, Stin. We saw someone pass these little grates here. And we can officially go in. And hopefully there's nothing here waiting for us. Budunya. Satin lives. I'm ready. Getting the item scared me because I thought that was like some horrifying monster. Okay, it's just a note though. This is as far as I'll go to hide my stash. Nobody goes past the first pipe. Nobody except those strange people with their bodies painted red and their eyes like animals. Twice a month they come and pass right through into the deeper tunnels. Sometimes I can hear them yelling or chanting. Sometimes I hear something like an old woman laughing. Sometimes I hear things that aren't even human. Whatever they are, they sound really big. That's comforting.
I will bless you, child.
Okay, I was ready there. So we got a full table of things looking to harm and or kill us. We got Neko-Arc, Satan, Stan, Satan, Cultist, Demons, the Candy Store Killer, whatever that beautiful one-eyed creature was. And we have a blank wall where that thing went to. Lesser known Neko-Arc Satan. It's Neko-Arc Satan is the one you really want to wail up for during his banner. Oh, do we go up from here? Okay, yeah. I completely missed that part of the tunnel. And quick disclaimer, I know nothing about the Fate series, I just know Neko-Arc because she is a meme. But if you ask me to tell you anything else about Fate lore, I'm completely lost. I just know that they use like big name figures in history, and that's about it. We're still in the sewers somehow. Pretty large sewer, gotta admit. Huh. That's extremely comforting. I'm just gonna see what else is in the sewer on the other side before I go into the blood zone. Also comforting, extremely comforting. What's down here? Oh, we got a choice here. We can head downwards, or we can head up, or we can head upwards into the creepy tunnels. I'm sorry. God, please save me. I regret to say that God is nowhere in this place. We have a flashlight, it seems. Ooh, ooh.
Will you listen? You can have me. Here I go.
Spooky tunnel with the demon and children running around. Where is it? Ooh.
I'm here, please.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Please, please. Here I go.
Where is there? It's on for a second. There it is. There it is.
Nearby favor.
And thankfully, the weird, spooky children running around don't seem to be hostile. But that was not what I was hoping to see. That's one less thing in the. That's one less dangerous thing in the sewers, at least. Hopefully, that's the last we'll see of any creepy children. I wonder if those were the twins. Nate and Jacob, I believe their name was. Okay. Oh, that's not okay. That was a red person saying to their crew that we're here. We seem to be a guest of honor. Ah. Ex-Lean Eminent? Oh hey, Baphomet! I'm one of those. How's it going, buddy? It's been too long. Oh, wait, well, there was something behind me. They hate the light. Good thing I got this. Ooh, no. Ooh. Something's on top of me. Okay, I gotta exercise that, but I gotta keep all of them off of me. Okay. Very short but sweet timer on that. Let's just... Please stop. Please stop. Okay, that's just the music. I thought something was happening. But that was just the game being creepy. We have a key here. I'm afraid to pick it up. What's coming for me? What's coming for me, if anything? Anything down here? Nope. Okay. We got some light. And a room that's structured after an inverted cross. Well done, thou good and faithful servant. We shall visit thee soon. I believe this is a little secret area for those who did some certain tasks that I've showed off here, having to do with children in corn. Oh, speaking of children in corn, sacrificing and serving a demon. Okay, I don't think there's anything down there. Nope. Excuse me, ma'ams. Although I don't know where else I would go. Okay, well, I'm probably missing something that I didn't see. Okay, yeah. I'm locked in, so I have to do something here. Okay, there we go. There were only 3 rooms I could have gone, so one of them had to be the place I was heading towards. Not today, creepy nun.
Don't be afraid, God. Where 2 or 3 are gathered, go to them. There will he be also. We can banish this demon together. You must protect me while I recite the 91st Psalm. Let us go.
Okay, we have a second priest here. Father Garcia, I believe. It's hard enough to exercise demons with just 1 priest, so with 2 it should be a lot more manageable. But like you said, we will have to protect him.
Yes, it's true what happened to Amy. You are no murderer, God. There is not much you could have done. But Amy now her soul is at rest. Let us go.
A lot of conflicting information here. Apparently we're not a murderer, but but the official newspaper seems to speak otherwise, as well as whoever's writing us and specifically notes. We have the classic creepy nun trope, standing before a well-made painting of a fellow Baphomet. Unfortunately, there's only room for 1 Baphomet here. And I hope it's gonna be me. I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in him I will trust. I shall not be afraid of the terror in the night, nor the evil that walketh in darkness. I shall behold the reward of the wicked. I've got your back up, Father Garcia. The Lord my refuge. There shall no evil befall me, for he shall give his angels charge over me. They shall bear me up in their hands, and I shall tread upon the serpent. Because I have set my love upon him, therefore will he deliver me. He will deliver me in trouble. He will deliver me and honor me. Nope. Lade post pizza chana, exodito mine pari. Lade post pizza chana, exodito mine pari. Lade post pizza chana, exodito mine pari. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Oh no. There she is. We're alone, it seems. Alone outside of the wicked nun. Although we're not alone, as so long as we have faith. Ooh, where'd you go? Ooh. Ooh, got her. I got her. Ooh, no. Back away. Personal space, man. We are both those children of God. We cannot do any fraternizing like that. Got a familiar pattern here. Quite literally a familiar pattern. And she seems to be going for Father Garcia now, too. I think we got it? Yes, we did. Ooh. Quite the visage she had there. The morning breaks. It was a tough battle of faith, but we overcame it in the end. John, I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. I will always love you back, Molly. So, John Ward had a wife? Maybe a partner? I know that some sects of, like, priesthood do allow you to marry, but it's not normally, well, the norm. So I'm not sure what that's about. Any new backgrounds? Nope. Since we're back in seemingly full form priesthood, let's switch back to the priest coming forth to the demon. Blood-soaked cross in hand. We live in a very nice house. I wouldn't think that a priest gets paid well, but I guess they would have certain, like, amenities that other people wouldn't have access to. Release form. Subject John Thomas Ward. Date of something. 31st of October, 1986. This form certifies that the subject is hereby released from my care after having completed the required counseling and treatment to my satisfaction, with confidence that they are ready to resume their normal daily activities as a mentally stable member of society. Dr. James Spinell, PhD. Existing conditions: mild anxiety and acute coulrophobia. Coulrophobia? I will do a quick search to see what phobia that is, because it's not familiar to me. Extreme or irrational fear of clowns. Well, that seems to be a personal issue. This takes place in 1986 Connecticut, not 2016 California, so I have no idea what that's about. Oh. But thanks to our efforts, previously in this chapter, we get to meet a god. Not our god, but a god. Behold. Ending 3, Initiation. There are a couple more endings, but this is marathon mode, and I'm not even sure if that's the canon ending for this route. Since from here on out, everything I'm doing is blind. September 21st, 1986. Yo, we got the boys. Is this the morning of that exorcism? It's hard to hear, but there is a bit of dialogue, bit crunch dialogue here. But the question is that Father Garcia, or is that... Oh no, this is an entirely new priest. One of the other fathers we heard from. And this does seem to be the fated day. We can't change history, so I don't see the point in trying to fight fate. Ooh. Let us exorcise the demons. May God's goodwill be with us. Oh, this isn't the basement anymore. Oh. We had a sneak peek of the job that we had to finish just now. Amy Martin. Spice Admeda Millennium. I believe that's acknowledge me, demon. Oh. October 28, 1987. 3 days until the profane Sabbath. Ooh. New music. And I believe... Oh, yes. Yep. Our crosses for chapter 3 is bronze. No longer gold, no longer silver. Any new backgrounds? I know we just switched, but I think considering the previous events, we'll switch to Janice's illustration of Amy Martin in her, well, moments before her exorcism. John, we don't have much time. The profane Sabbath is almost upon us. If they find Nate and Jason, they will perform a ritual on them to call forth a demon of unspeakable power. The name of the demon is Malthus. I'm in the process of discovering their whereabouts. I will contact you again soon. We must not let them do to the boys what they did to Amy, Father Garcia. Okay. So, looks like the boys are gonna be crucial to the plot. And I forget it.
I'm not going in there.
It's bad when a priest doesn't want to enter a room covered in crosses. But we have no time to waste. We're officially a priest again, and we have to finish what we started once again. John, I can't find Nate or Jason Martin in the state foster care system. It's possible that after what happened last year, they went to live with relatives. I will try to find out what I can. Meanwhile, go investigate the clinic where Amy worked. We must find the place where they intend to summon Malthus and disrupt their plans. Vaya con Dios. Father Garcia. I believe that translates to God be with you. If my Latin slash Spanish is up to date. Have you forgotten already? Things are never quite as they seem. If you can't take certain truth from lies, you could try remembering what you know to be true. Press escape or start button to review your notes. Yep, just telling us. Just giving us that fill in case someone skipped chapter 2. But we saw that we have a car and we have a mission. One more mission that we need to depart on. Leave? No. Okay, so doesn't really affect anything. Oh, probably could have explored our neighborhood a bit. Oh well. No time to waste. here. Leroy, a mushroom, and a mix. Whoop. I probably didn't need to worry there, but always better safe than sorry. Kawabana. And a picture and a note. Beelzefest, 1987. What a great year. Calling all metal fans, Beelzefest 1987 rocks the hell out of Hartford. Friday night, 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Featuring appearances by When All Is Said and Done, Trust No Corpse, The Horror Is Dead, Basement 2, Return to Bondage, Among the Bloodied, Lying Still in Silence, Mother of Shadow, and The Door of Afterbirth. Advance sale tickets $3. Admittance at door $5. T9 and a ammonite shell. We can. Getting hit by a car is a possibility. We got the letter T. Sometimes in life you don't have to worry about demons. You gotta worry about we've got infernal machines. Did that just show it off? Just in case there was like an achievement for getting hit by a car. Does not seem to be the case though. Ooh, gotta collect that note. But we should be good. Yeah, can confirm. As a demon, cars are like a hard counter to anything I would want to do. Usually setting them on fire or sending them to hell just makes everything worse for me. So word of advice to any would-be demon summoners out there, if you ever need to get rid of a demon, just hit it with a car. But along with the cool dog, we got the cool S in the balls and this little M. Okay, just loops back around on it into itself. A good amount of graffiti can make a town feel lively, but too much graffiti just means it's not the best place to live. Ragnar got... Oh hey! We got some other horror references from left to right. The white face from I'm Scared, W.D. Gaster from Undertale, and Uboa from cult classic Yume Nikki. And a dead bird, unfortunately. 3 scary white faces that ultimately are kind of, well, outside of one instance, kind of harmless. I'm Scared faces, anything but harmless. Also got some cops here. Cannot exercise the cop vehicle. Cannot exercise the cop.
This is no place for you, preacher.
And that's no place for a cop to tell me where I can and can't be. But we also have this alleyway we can venture into. And thus starts our 3rd chapter of Faith. You feel watched. Ooh. Looks like we got some kind of hospital here. Perhaps a place of leisure, I will say. One where you could indulge in carnal sins. Not just beer and drugs, but the body. Facts to Rhonda Erickson from Gary Miller. Gary loves you. Fax address 0817850002. Hi, Rhonda. Just a couple of reminders after last week's visit. Please keep your desk tidy. Our patients need to feel at ease with their healthcare experience. Remember, our sale points: clean, quick, courteous. Do not return any calls from the Department of Health before notifying me first or leaving a message with Tiffany. We cannot afford another surprise inspection. Please do call me on my direct personal line if you happen to hear back from Miss Martin. One more thing. Keep Jeffrey out of sight. Remember, Gary loves you. And facts. So, Amy... Yep. Amy was, or is here as well. If this is seems to be a hospital facility, then yeah, this is probably the literal ward we were kept in, along with Amy, during our recovery period. Once a thriving place, now dilapidated. We got an what's the word? Ultrascan. Another one. Ugh. That baby does not look the healthiest compared to the other two. Boards on the door, boards on the door. Get a crowbar and boards on the floor. Oh, hey, a crowbar. That was convenient. And an aggressively pink chair. Normally I like the color pink, but when a chair is that aggressively pink, it worries me. I've got my eye on you. But we've got a crowbar here. As much as I think a cop wouldn't be a good thing to have in a place like this. What? I'm being dragged. I don't think I can move. Nope. Oh. After being dragged off, all we can do is hide here, and we're dragged off into a mysterious deeper part of the facility. I am hoping that if we hide behind the curtain, the demon will be at a loss to find us. Starting real early with the scares here, though. I'm not sure if this is a bait, or if he seems to just be jiving there. So let's mosey on out. Where are we supposed to go? That's an upstairs. That's an upstairs ladder. Not sure if this is a good spot to hide, but it's better than trying to go up. We can't open the door. Maybe that's just a general stairway, and we don't have to. We won't be tracked if we try to go upward. Oh.
What the hell is going on here? You're coming with me, preacher.
To think this is the one time it'd be good to see a cop. So can we just... It's gone. Alright. Well, it's not preferable to have a cop on our side in a place like this, but 2 heads are better than 1. With any luck, if he bites it, we can grab his gun. Not that that would do anything against a demon. Without anything less than holy water washed bullets. Have it. Have it. Unless he...
Jesus Christ, what is that thing?
Okay. Do we want to go back outside? Almost got me. Almost got me. Mr. the Cop, please. Actually, can I was gonna say that might be a really cool ending if like you could get shot by the cop. You know, I'm just gonna stand away from the windows. Oh, okay. Okay. But okay, that's good to know. A bullet is effective against the demons. It may take a few shots, but it's possible to combat them. Let's see. Any new... Surprisingly, no new backgrounds. The policeman went to the east to chase those hippies, quote unquote. Oh. And it seems he paid the ultimate price for it. Apparently cops and pigs die in this corner. And I can't pick up his gun. Maybe I can go inside one of the buildings? It's probably better than being outside. Unfortunately, I think the solution might be to head back inside the hospital. This is just looping around. Okay, or we can leave. Since this isn't our destination, I'm assuming. Achievement unlocked, Biel's a baby. This is a nice departure from the usual form. But why are we back in the hospital? Okay. Praise be. Praise be. Praise be. That's awfully close. Sir and madam, please. Okay. Your daughter's in good hands with us. He shall deliver her. You're damn right it ain't.
I don't know what to tell you. I need to correct the discovery. So you have to for Amy.
The thing that was in there may have once been your daughter, but is no longer. At least not in soul and spirit. Maybe in part in mind. And in body. Oh. Take it. Save her. Jesus! The Golden Cross.
Don't worry, Amy. I'm coming.
Oh. I can't move, I can't move. That's the spooky noise. We awaken once again. October 29th, 1987. 2 days until the profane Sabbath. Alright, so we got a... I'm liking the game loop so far. We get
I'm not going in there.
we get a flashback to the day of Amy's exorcism, and then we loop back around into present day Ward, I'm assuming. John, for now this is the only way I can contact you. I think they're watching me. I need you to come over as soon as you can. The situation has gotten much worse. My address is 665 Orange Street, apartment 5A, New Haven, Connecticut, 06511. Thank you, Lisa. P.S. If for some reason I don't answer the door, get the spare key from my friend Tiffany. John, there's an apartment building in New Haven where they may be attempting to summon Malthus. I'm not able to go there myself. It's up to you to stop their rituals. Via con Dios, Father Garcia. John, I don't know if you're getting my letters or not, but I hope you'll be here soon. I really need your help. They're in the apartment. I see them all the time now. I can hear them in the darkness. I haven't slept in days. When you get here, just come straight to my place. Tiffany can't be trusted. Don't talk to my neighbors either. They won't let me leave. Lisa. 2 days into the Sabbath, they seem to be going for all of John Ward's compatriots. Ooh, we have a staircase here. Anything interesting down here? Does not look like it. But knowing this game, this is gonna be a place where we have an encounter. Likely when the cultist or whoever we're facing decides to take the fight to our home. We can only hope that things turn right soon before they get worse. Leaving once again. Where's our missionary taking us this time? To be the apartment that Lisa spoke of. Nice little bush garden here, although kind of worrying that someone was smoking nearby. Not sure if this purple car is meant to be a signifier of anything, or like a reference to a certain pizzeria. Among the Damned. Oh. Looks like this is an apartment, yes. Oh, we got some names and addresses here. We're looking for Lisa and Tiffany. – We got two L names here, but I'm assuming 5A is Lisa's, and that's her address that she stated. Tiffany could be 3B. Yeah, Lisa's 5A. And finding Tiffany will be something to do if we can't find the key, which I'm guessing is going to be the case. Hello, Mr. Ward. I am sorry to have worried you. I am perfectly fine. I have not been feeling like myself lately. However, I am much better now. Please do not trouble yourself with coming to visit. I have decided to take an extended vacation in the country, so you will not find me at home. Sincerely, Lisa Pearson.
I should check my other notes from Lisa.
Yeah. Someone's pretending to be Lisa. Oh, got some notes missing. A few exorcisms I failed to do. So 5A is our destination for now. Oh yeah, you can even see that it's written differently from the start. As opposed to John, it's Hello, Mr. Ward. Whoever that was writing that note was not Lisa. But it could easily have been something that been once Lisa. Ooh. Don't trust that. At least not with a flashlight. Spooky noise beware is my current MO. Not sure if those symbols on the walls are meant to be any kind of indicator. We got a half closed eye, two eyes kind of like doing the looking emoji, and then one eye looking to the right. Could be part of a puzzle, could be some kind of indicator. As far as we know, they could just be random symbols on the walls. Some kind of broken mirror? And we're on floor 1. Stairs. In a bar? Oh, okay. Alright, so like stairs and then you have an elevator. 2B. Best character from Nier Automata. 2A. It's open. Bloodstains and note and some kind of blue thing. Every initiated follower knows that in order to bring about the second death, one must sacrifice seven asterisks by passing them through the asterisk carved out of the impure vessel's face. Then shall the unspeakable reward the asterisk with the second death. Such was the fate of that whore Amy. My beloved Gary has set his sights far too low. I will surpass her. Kinda concerning language to use with a 17-year-old girl. Even more worrying if she's part of a cult. Oh. Okay, so it's some kind of dagger. A ritual dagger, more than likely. And whoever's there does not seem to have any regard for her own or anyone else's safety if she's got that. Another broken mirror. Probably be a lot faster to go for the elevator, but it could be nice to see like if there's any secrets I need to know, especially if there's more open doors like this. Static on the TV had me a bit spooked. Cannot exercise it. It better not change to anything. Okay. Not much to do in here. Uh. Okay. We're being watched in a more literal sense. We got some extra noises to the background music here, if you could even call it music. We got the B apartments on the right of the elevator, and then A apartments on the left. A bunch of broken mirrors. That has to be so many years of bad luck. Bad luck, though. 5A with an inverted cross. Ooh, that. Lisa. We got a big seal on the demonic seal on the door. The heck is that? It's the dagger and a mask. Ooh. This is a very small room that feels like an encounter. I may be afraid, but I am ready. Got 2 keys now. If you wish to break the seal of Alu, your answer lies in the bloodstained knife and the face hiding in the deep dark. But only those who have ascended to the highest point can descend to the lowest depths. Remember, Gary loves you. Okay, so we have to reach... If we want to go to the basement, we have to go either to the highest floor or to an attic. Just like with the exorcism. But looks like we've got 5 more floors. If you like playing games, the first floor is a great place to start over. However, to play the game, you must know the rules. Beware, if you have a susceptible soul, you might get pulled in. Alright. Very direct way to say, hey, go back to the first floor. But I'm nothing if not thorough and stubborn. Let's see what the other floors have to offer. Ooh. Either some really bad paint job here on the 6th floor, something else entirely, or mold growing. Elevator friend. What a charming looking lad. I like his eye. I like his eye a lot. 6A is equally closed off. And let's not nope. Must have been a 5A thing, since that is where we're looking to go. Oh. No more stairs. So we can only go down from here. On the 6th floor, no less. We can only go down to the devil's depths. Okay. Nothing on the 7th floor, apparently. We can go to the 8th. We can go directly to the 8th, but not the 7th. Eight A is open to us. Looks to be some kind of ashtray there. Our sister Tiffany has gone against the will of the unspeakable. I thought I could trust her, but I was wrong. Proceed with the original plan. The woman in 5A will be our vessel. Let our pious friend come to rescue her. The unspeakable shall crush them both. So this is Tiffany's apartment. Or at least it was Tiffany's apartment. If that note is being laid for people looking for Tiffany. Well, we can go up from here. But if the 7th floor is locked off from 6 and from 8, that might be something to keep in mind. Another note. Those who keep knocking on forbidden doors will be visited by the one who guards them. Yeah, both are locked off. There is a 7th floor. Getting some wayside vibes here. And somehow this place is just as strange. So something has to be up with the 7th floor. Something waiting for us, perhaps. Almost to the top. Oh hey! A little jack-o'-lantern! A possessed jack-o'-lantern! Don't worry, buddy, you're free of the demons so long as I'm around. William's Family Newsletter, October 1987. If you're reading this, it means you've been invited to the Williams Family Annual Halloween Block Party. It will be held on Halloween starting at 5 p.m. in apartment 9B. Activities will start promptly, so please do not be late. If you plan on bringing a +1, please let me know in advance. Only friends and family, aka those who receive this newsletters, are invited. Also, just a reminder that if this is the family-friendly event, so please leave all overly scary costumes and masks at home. Timmy is still traumatized after last year's incident. Also, I respectfully ask that you keep alcohol and cigarettes out of the apartment. Also, we do not want a repeat of last year with the power going out, so please bring treats but no tricks. And just another friendly reminder that anti-religious or satanic imagery will not be allowed in the apartment. Also, please be aware of Timmy's diet and food allergies, and please be aware that he suffers from asthma, so please do not sneak up on him or try to scare him. Again, he still has trouble after what happened last year. Oh, poor kid. Yeah, Halloween has to be a hard time for people with nervous issues and asthma and whatnot. You also notice he has a new imaginary friend. When you see him, please just roll with it. Timmy's therapist says it's healthy for him to have such a coping mechanism. See you all at the party. Can't wait for you all to meet Mr. Miller, who has taken to Timmy so well and has become like a part of the family. Debbie. That's a surprisingly nice and wholesome note, considering what the rest of this place has in store for us. I really hope that vibe lasts, and I hope Timmy's doing well. Here we are at the 10th floor. No signage signifying that it is such. M. We can just enter. Sacrifice what you cling to. Our only mechanic? Basement dumbwaiter. How to use. Pull up on handle to open hatch. Place item or being to be sacrificed inside the container. Pull down on handle to close hatch. Press button to send dumbwaiter to basement. Light will blink red if done successfully. Please make sure your sacrifice does not jostle around inside the container. Do not open hatch once dumbwaiter has reached the basement. I do not have enough earplugs, and I am tired of people losing them. Please wait for the green light to come on before using. So we have to abandon our faith if we wish to proceed. Just in case, let's see if there's any other things going on with the elevator. Because it did say from the top we can head to the bottom floor. But there is no bottom floor option. And no 7th floor still. So, let's... Considering what this place is, not looking forward to abandoning the one thing that kept us safe up to now. But if that's what it takes to hopefully save Lisa, I guess we'll have to. Give up the cross?
So be it.
So be it. Far be it from a demon like myself to have something like that. Good. That wasn't there before. And I think I did it right. I hope I did it right. Missing another note somehow. Pull up on handle to open hatch, place the item in there, pull down on handle to close hatch, press the button to send Dumbware to basement. Light opening granted if done successfully. Then jostle around, do not open hatch once Dumbware has reached the basement. So hopefully the task is done. And were these handles here before? Bloody note remains untouched. That wasn't there before, that's for sure. But let's... We can head to 7 now. Seventh. Oh, that's a bit farther than we wanted to go to. Who was that? Okay. We're on the 4th floor. I think we're on the 4th floor. I'll check. I can't check. I'm going with the assumption that we're on the 4th floor now. For those not in the know, the Japanese symbol for 4 is also the symbol for death. Gary lied to us. When you see it, run. So, looks like our old friend is back. And he's a bit more temperamental this time around. We are on the 4th floor. We're stuck on the 4th floor. We have nothing to protect us. In a place full of people that do not want us around. I saw it. It doesn't let us read it up close, but that's what it says.
It's on camera.
Oh. A camera. That's perfect. And we had a blackout. Must be. That Halloween party must have come sooner than I thought. I guess a slight epilepsy warning. The camera's flash is the only way I can make my way around now. Yep. Complete darkness with only a small, sudden flash to give you any headway on where you're going. Woo! That was not the handsome face I was expecting to see in the darkness. Who is this guy? Oh God. Oh no. Oh, what? What? Priest cop. Well, I guess we fused with Mr. Officer from before. Ooh. We got some red Wrigley boys there. We're safe. Hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, what was that? Why am I bleeding? Ooh. That's not kosher. Okay. Not looking to see what's at the bottom of that. Okay. Another open door. We got a lead into the bloody basement here. And bloody symbols appearing and reappearing under our feet. Dagger's still there. Ooh. You're not gonna catch me? Okay. Apparently that was just a hallucination. Comforting. Oh no. Oh no. I was gonna ask why we disappeared, but it looks like we're no longer the focus. Our good friend Mr. Handyman is here. Hopefully he doesn't move faster in the dark. Okay. Okay, can't travel through obstacles. Neither can we. Just gotta keep. I'm keeping moving. I'm not messing with that. Not while the lights are off, at least. There's that same broken window. Nothing. No more. The demons can't catch me if I keep moving. I'm fast as fuck. Oh no. Oh. I don't like... I completely forgot about that basement that was completely in the dark. Now we outright can't enter the elevator. So no going to the basement floor via that way. And we're bleeding once again. That's always comforting. When you're in the dark, surrounded by demons, bleeding profusely. We're already in the dark. We have to go even deeper in the dark. Seems to just be the washroom. Oh, thank God, our cross. Oh, I hope we can use the camera and the cross at the same time. Okay, okay, lights are back on. Lights are back on. So, no worries about that. We can finally see where we're going. But so can everything see where we're going. My beloved Gary, alas, the mask is already stained with blood. My blood. The ritual is complete. You will not find me on this mortal plane, for I am beyond. Look for me in the unseen world if you dare. Tiffany. Well, we found where our would-be friend is now. Bloody mask is indeed bloody. Anything on this wall? 70 times 7. Oh, that would be 210, 420, 490. If my math is right. 490? Maybe some kind of code? Not 7. Not 7. 6 then? And here we have this bloody stain leading to a wall. And if this is the dumbwaiter, then someone or something moved our cross far away from where it should be. I think that was a good time to see if we got any new backgrounds for the windows. You know, we can have Davy's butt on the sidelines. That's the closest thing we're gonna get to any kind of comic relief. Okay. I could not dodge that in time. Okay, it's a cutscene, and it's that guy, that thing, that woman. Oh, hey, this is healthy. Uh, um, I for the most part I was moved. For the most part, that was movement on its own, but I think I could have controlled it a bit there. But that was we got possessed. Straightforward, simple as. Can we move to the second floor now? Nope. Maybe there's something else on the 10th level now that we did that bullshit? Oh yeah. Dude seems to have a lot of demons, despite having a cross on him almost 24/7. Ironically enough, the time when he didn't have the cross is like the only time where he didn't get possessed. But that was a very goat-like demon. I think we're getting closer to whatever's haunting this place. Okay, nothing on 10. I think we gotta find that mask again. I believe it was on one of the lower floors. So let's head to 2. Since I believe it was 1 to 3, we could head down from 2 and then see if there's anything, and then head up to 3 if that's where it is. I could have also just missed something in the basement. That's also an entirely plausible possibility, so I think we'll actually make our way down in that case. 2A. I don't think that the dagger was bloody when we first saw it. Or maybe we had to go to Lisa this time. I have no idea, honestly. Blind leader, let's go. Anything with this large ominous eye? Yeah. Brothers and sisters, this month we will be host to a very special visitor. It is here to help prepare the way for the coming of the unspeakable. Of course, due to its special nature, it has full access to the entire building, including your apartments, bedrooms, etc. If you are lucky enough to see it, you would do well not to approach or speak to it. Find a dark or dimly lit area, and try to stay out of its way. One of you will be blessed to find it has made its home in your dwelling. Do not go down in the hole it will make, no matter whose voice you hear down there. If you believe one of your fellow brothers or sisters is inside, please notify me, and I will retrieve their remains in a timely manner. Not retrieve them, but their remains. Also, just a reminder that friend and utilities are due by Freddy. Love, Gary. You may be getting possessed by a horrible eldritch demon, but also make sure you got your rent paid. Classic landlord tactics. Okay, we're on 2. 2B. I know we just went from 2A, but I realize that since we have that there might be something with the dagger now. Yep, just as I thought. Oh, okay, there we go. Part of the seal is broken. Unfortunately, we cannot collect the dagger. Pretty sure that would do a lot better for us than a cross. You know, that will do it. Give us a rent price below $1,000, and I am sure you'll have lots of members for your cult. lower lower floors of this place are pretty nice, despite all the broken glass and cigarettes. So you know, maybe this place was a nice place to live before all the demonic possession got happening. I mean, I've lived in worse places, that's for sure. Considering I currently live in actual hell. And but we finally, I think I found the way forward. If we Christify the dagger, Christifying the ritual mask should be the other half of the puzzle. And the other half of the seal, too. Am I right? I'm right. With that, the seal is broken. Oh, but there's gonna be an enigmatic encounter, isn't there? Christ ready? Yep, knew it. Oop, not today.
I know your secret. Put out your eyes. You can't hide
They're having
anymore.
something up in this room.
Betrayer.
Where you coming from this time?
You are.
Almost got me that time. Snuck up right behind me. Anything up with these clothes washers or propane tanks? Oh wait, those are probably dryers and like the lids on the top. 12 washers but only 4 dryers. That's gotta be a combo for absolutely hellish laundry days. If the seal's broken, does that mean we can finally head to the 7th floor? Nope. Woo! Okay. Was that just a funny goof for people who were button mashing the 7th floor? Let's move on with the plot before I lose my get a heart attack in multiple places and lose my will to play this game. This game is getting spookier by the second. I think, if I remember correctly, Amy's on the 5th floor, 5A. So let's... I'm not messing with that. Nope, nah. I may fuck around with a lot of things, but I'm not finding out what that is about.
You're alright. Good. What took you so good? It's so dark. I can't see the light anymore. I got here as fast as I could. Let's go, Lisa. I'm not Lisa.
Oh boy. Demonic possessions just never stop in this place. Lisa's getting real close for comfort. Oh hey, Baphomet. Oh, nope. No. Heat-seeking demons. Okay, gotta hold away from Lisa. Seems to just be an automatic movement towards your target when the demon possesses you. It's not the first one it goes to, nor is it the last one. Oh, that's real bad. Lisa's very close. If this is anything like the other ones, you gotta cleanse the demon and then exorcise the demon while it's in a weaker vessel. But there's no... farthest one. If I'm seeing which one it is, it's lost upon me. I got to go real far there. One last chance. Okay, well, I can hurt it. I can't exercise it while it's flying toward me, so that's a tactic at least. Slowly but surely we will eliminate this hopefully weaker Baphomet. Be gone. Oh, there it is. Be gone. You're gonna have to wake up pretty early to get this better Baphomet out. To get the better hand of this Baphomet. Wait, that's bad. Hardest part about this isn't even exercising the demon itself, it's making sure I'm not near Lisa when it goes somewhere. Not that one. Okay. I was gonna go for the top one, but I was gonna go for that top one, but I decided it might be that right one. It took a few cycles, but I can do it. Oh god! Oh no! Oh no! 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 No. Okay. That was a little too close for comfort, though. No matter how hard I pressed the button, it wanted Lisa dead there. There we go. This is the sweet spot. I can get 3 of them without really moving at all. Found it first time that time. Another successful exorcism. Lisa, where are you going? Are you okay?
Listen, good, man, Gary Miller runs this place. He's trying to resurrect a horrible demon. You have to stop him. Do you need a place to stay? I'll be fine. Don't get worried.
Alright. We saved Lisa. And we've exorcised the demon. All demons of this place. I sense that the dominant signal was broken somewhere beyond. The spaghetti man. I don't like that. I'm getting out of here. Still can't go 7th floor. I'm not testing around to see if I can anymore. I think once we have that next little intermission between exorcism, I think we'll take a little break. Cause who would? That was a hair raiser, a nail biter. Everything you could think of. Whoop. Did not mean to hit full screen there. Again, no new backgrounds. Let's get out of here. Whew, this 3rd chapter is leagues beyond what I was prepared for. Oh, oh. Why did it show us that elevator? We're back here. Take it. Save her. Oh, don't trust that. Don't. It can't, she can't see me if I don't see her. Unless. Uh, Ooh, don't like you, ma'am. Stay the fuck away from me.
Mr. and Mrs. Martin?
I told them to stay put. Looks like even the weather is taking a turn for the worst. Bob's glasses. Something's behind us.
Hello?
Anything? Ooh. Once a happy family, now no longer.
Hello?
I think I know where the game wants me to go, but I don't think I want to go there.
Amy, are you in here?
We did wake up from a bed back at the first chapter. Only thing worse than an empty house on a day like this is a house that shouldn't be empty on a day like this. Nobody move, and we can have a good old time here. Amy, you okay?
You're at rest. Please. Amy, let's go back to the basement. You're Let's go. You need to get better. What about there it is? Bigger.
Ooh. I think that was... That's the name of the mother.
We are doing this here and now. By yourself.
That's all we got.
Please, Dr. Allred,
if
Mr. Martin. Your body's got me. Please.
Nobody's coming, but we have the Lord on our side. Although I don't think, I think we know that wasn't enough. October 30th, 1987, one day into the profane Sabbath. Okay, so we got a segment of the game done, another one, and we'll be taking a quick little break so I can calm my nerves a bit. But I hope to see you all back when the break is over. Make sure to grab a drink, use the bathroom if you need to, grab a little snack, and maybe grab a friend to help you through this scary game. And I'll see you in a few minutes. See you again, and I'll be right back. welcome back, everyone. Good to have you all. Good to have anyone that returned back. Quick break is over, and we're gonna get right back into demon exercising with Mr. John Ward here. We're one day into the Sabbath. Well, one day until the Sabbath, rather. And
I'm not going in there.
And although things are looking as grim as ever, we've rescued Lisa. We've discovered some more demons and exorcised them. And we know who's running the current summoning of Malthus. Hopefully we're all we need is our faith going back into this. Another letter from Father Garcia. John, I'm getting reports of children exhibiting strange behavior at the daycare center on 4th Street. If Nate and Jason are there, then you can bet there's the place where they will try to summon Malthus. There's no time left. Go to the daycare and find out what's really going on. Fear not. Vaya con Dios. Vaya Father Garcia. Again, Vaya con Dios, I'm pretty sure is God be with you. And Lord knows, well, quite literally, Lord knows we're gonna need the Lord's help. Still nothing down here. Hopefully it stays that way. No other letters here for us, so let's get right into the daycare. Nothing strange about that plant, despite how much it contrasts with everything else. Let's hit the road. Another day, another exorcism. Ooh. We got a cop who's driving quite dangerously there. But more importantly, we've got a gated off area. That explains why this place is locked off. Well, I guess the cops have realized that there's more to this than just a bunch of hippies then. Really hope that this isn't the daycare proper, or else this could be real traumatizing for a lot of kids. Looks like my prayers at least are falling on deaf ears. Well, we have an entrance in, at least. Got the classic tubes, hopscotch, and a note. A riddle priest. How do you make a portal to hell? Come see me and I'll show you. Ooh. The tunnel's wait. Didn't want to enter here quite yet. Looks like we're only the second ones here, at least. Hopefully only the second. Cop 2. The pseudo sequel to Priest Cop. The pre-sequel to Cop 1. Cop 2. Now coming to theaters this summer. We got some kind of red star here. Not sure if that's a symbolic star, because it's not inverted, or if it's meant to just be like a happy little shooting star. We got some pink children, some blue children, and a weird, almost Elmo-esque tall person who's throwing them in the air. Made by Ben H6. Nice chalk drawing that doesn't seem to be inconspicuous. Ooh no. Lots of blood here. Does not, and even worse, a lot of child-sized bloodstains. Oh. And the puzzles here seem to be... we have a color puzzle here. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K... Gary loves us. Mother Moon watcheth her little one behind a door of sleep. Daughter Chalice is filled an offering to the master in the unseen world. Spirit bird arriveth from afar and cometh back to roost. These vessels are the unholy Trinity. Hey, there's the tagline to this game. The fallen star shall guide them. What colors can you see? Look to the children if you are lost. Okay, so we got a bit of a puzzle here that's gonna guide us. Oh hey, we got another picture here, and this is actually a reference to another game that the dev Erdorf worked on, in which you play as a kid playing a little handheld game as a monkey collecting a bunch of mushrooms. And much like this game, it takes a very dark turn. and something even scarier than demons. Communism, comrade. Welcome, children. That's concerning. Okay, it's just a dream. Kaylee's going through it. That's a pleasant noise. I'm gonna turn the audio down for you guys. Tyler, age 7, Uncle Earl. Huh. Seems like everyone's going through it. Okay, so we got a pink chalice here. Pink chalice, gold crown, blue fish. Oh, meet our shining stars. And in here, somehow that one's the most normal one. But we got a bluebird. Pink chalice, bluebird, gold crown. Ooh, sneak peek at these things. Wait, what? Thanks, Satan! Sometimes sinning has its benefits. Loads of money. Sarah, age 4. Yo, play Ultra Kill. Our family. I think that's a reference to that one creepy picture that was going about the internet where it's the figure falling onto a family dinner. Okay, bluebird. Pink chalice. Probably a red star. And
Open fire.
wait, what? Oh, oh god, oh god, Mr. Ward.
Mortis.
Just an old day in Ohio, it seems. Wasn't expecting that. Okay, we're back here at least. So. Okay, chalice, bird, moon. If we don't, we gotta find out what the moon is then. Or we can just brute force it since we know the other 3. Yep. The police. Scarier than any demon. More powerful than any car. More widespread than communism could ever hope to be. Ooh. Okay. Brute force it. There it is. Red star, orange moon, pink chalice, bluebird. This is where it lives. Deeper into the daycare. Okay, no. What kind of daycare has all of this down here? Ooh. And what a welcome we have here. Ooh. We're not alone. We're more not alone than we've ever been. At the very least, their decor is on point. Do love me a good Baphomet statue, no bias. If you are reading this, then congratulations! You are on your way to experience the wonders of our unspeakable future under the guidance of Gary. Gary, our brother. Gary, our friend. Gary, a normal human being just like you and me. As a Tier 1 Acolyte, you are just beginning your unspeakable journey to eventually see what Gary sees and prove yourself worthy to be a vessel fit to experience the second death, reserved for only the most worthy. To find out if you are a vessel, remember to attend meetings of the Eternal Order of the Second Death twice a week. Follow Gary's instructions exactly. Be honest with him in all that you do. Do not ever ask what is behind the door in the basement of the clinic. So not only is this a cult, a very bad cult, but also a multi-level marketing scheme. You can tier 3 sub to Gary on his Twitch channel at twitchtv.com/Gary loves you. She consumed 6 little twigs. Only 2 were left to walk as husks. Go ahead, priest. Stare into the eyes of my mother. 6 little twigs and then 2 husks? Whatever that is meant to mean. Ooh, oh. So that priest was, or rather that what appeared to be a priest was Gary's beloved mother. And as we walk away, I hope I can walk away. Do I go back up? Can't be, right? There's a hole there. I had to be missing something with that. Oh, the eyes light up when you pass them. Might be just a flavor thing to creep you out. Or, unless, nope. I mean, she's a very nice looking lady. I hear footsteps in the background. Not sure if that's just the ambiance or if something's approaching. Or maybe it's an ominous drum. Maybe we can go back out? Which does not look like it. We're stuck in here with whatever else is down here. Now seems like a great time for a background check. Didn't intend for a pun there. But hey, whatever works. Nothing new. Despite some beautiful scenery here. Nothing else to exercise. Weird if this alcove is here. Weird I can even move past here. So obviously I have to find something to do. This background noise is real weird. I'm holding down the exorcism button past this painting. Does not seem to do much. Can't do anything with this hole here. Yeah, no. Maybe I gotta walk through both sets of statues and have their eyes light up. Since that seems to be what the other cultists would do. No. Okay. Maybe I'm missing something. Consult the notes. whole lot of notes in this chapter, and a lot I missed, which hopefully ain't gonna hinder me in the future. As for that puzzle, the previous one, Tier 1 Acolyte. As a Tier 1 Acolyte, you are just beginning your unspeakable journey to eventually see what Gary sees and prove yourself worthy to be a vessel. So, doesn't look like there's any hints here. Do not ever ask what is behind the door in the basement of the clinic. Is this the clinic? She consumed 6 little twigs, only 2 were left to walk as husks. Go ahead, priest, stare into the eyes of my mother. Do we have to... There's two statues already right at the entrance. If 2 are left as husks, does that mean the 2 up top are meant to be unlit? Or I could just be reading too much into this. Maybe not? Full disclosure, if anyone watching knows the solution, yeah, feel free to tell me. Because if I'm lost, I will be lost for... If I am lost, I will be lost for years. Let's light the statues up top. And maybe the puzzle is leave those 2 statues alone. Hold on. Wait. Meet the eyes of my mother. Stare into the eyes of my mother. Is that... Maybe I had to... Just wait here? And hopefully not get jump scared? Oh, yep, something's happening. Oh. Okay, took me a bit, but we have found the solution. We have to get real intimate with Gary's mom. She had quite the beautiful face. Keyword had. My priest hand is on the... Okay. Deeper into the pit we go. Quite literally a portal to hell. Erdo, if you know how to make some good horror, please stop being so good at your job. My heart is weak. Gaze upon the magnificence of La Pieta Corota. This beautiful statue depicts a faithful member of the Order receiving the second death in the loving embrace of Admeta. 2 such statues were commissioned thanks to the generous patronage of the Save family. From the second chapter, we invite everyone to reverently approach the statue wherever they are in need of rest. Okay, so we got another save point here. If you are reading this, congratulations! You have officially been granted Tier 2 status in the Eternal Order of the Second Death. Upon crossing the threshold from Tier 1 to Tier 2, your life as an acolyte will change dramatically. You may start noticing shadowy figures in the corners of rooms or experience feelings of lost time when holding sharp objects, as you do. Ancient symbols written in blood will materialize on the floor and walls of your home. Animals Animals will no longer trust you. You may emit a foul odor that will cause your former loved ones to avoid you. Oh. These are just a few of the marvelous blessings that await you in this new, strange stage of life. If you remain loyal to Gary, your journey towards becoming a vessel for the second death will progress to a new levels of knowledge and power. Remember, if you neglect your weekly meetings do not pay your tithes to the order, your fingers will be forcibly bent backwards. Gary loves you. So that explains all the bleeding and the strange markings and apparently Lisa leaving us. Okay. We got another save point here. Away from me, demon. Almost got jumped in the under preschool cult church. Andra soeth discord. East and West trade places. So does that mean? Okay then. Can't do anything with these chairs. That would be like an invert the chess pieces puzzles. Old dog stirreth his pot full of sinners. The seats revolve. Wait, is it not a puzzle? First of all, no. Baal giveth favor, the low seats are made high. 5 seats in the north facing west, 5 in the south facing east. I can't push them. And giving them the cross doesn't seem to do anything. But I'm gonna take a quick screenshot. And hopefully that'll be some sort of key. And yes, those are Goetic demons. I don't know which ones exactly, but they are familiar to in other video games that have used the Goetia. Oh, I guess that sort of answers it. Okay, so the 3 demons look over their respective seats, I suppose. Oh. The seats changed. Okay. Give a favor to the low seats are made high. So I'm guessing he switches these. Sorry. And just so with Discord, east and west trade places. None. I'm guessing it's horizontal, vertical. Ordog stirreth his pot full of sinners, the seat revolves. Okay, so I gotta... So he'll switch the places of the seats. So I see 5 seats in the north facing west, 5 in the south facing east. Okay. So we just need to make the 5 below. Oh, we can switch the seats, trying to make them all face one direction on this path. Andras. So Discord, east and west trade places. Okay, let's do some experimenting. Find out which demon is which orientation. If I'm remembering correctly, Andras is like an owl demon in the Goetia. This one looks most like an owl. But let's see. Okay, yeah, we have 5 down below that are facing the left, but all the ones on the top change places. Find the south facing east. Okay, so not Baal. Not, probably not Ordog. Alright. Just gotta do some troubleshooting. Let's see what you do, left head. Okay, so some of them moved up. In fact, looks like the lower seats did in fact trade places. So that's probably top left guy. They'll give it the favor if the low seats are made high. Yeah, Bale. Yeah, my Shin Megami Tensei knowledge is coming full force here, thankfully. Okay, we got the 5 seats in the north facing west, at least. We got all but 1 chair facing east on the bottom side, so... Okay. Woo. We got shanked. Oh. Is this... This is... not a death, somehow. There's Lisa and John in that church. You ever just go to a preschool and then find a cult and then get drugged? Hate it when that happens. A lot of questions going on here. Yo, what was that movement? Now you are ready. Well, there's no way in hell I'm going back there. We look to be back in the Martin's house. I don't remember anything further. Hopefully there's nothing else here with us. Oh, I stand corrected. What looks to be the mutilated corpse of the mother of the Martin household. Anything up with this picture? Looks to be just as we left it, or rather not as we left it, but as whoever tampered with it left it. Oh, and is this the father? More than likely. If it is, we can't recognize him anymore. The demon's no longer behind us. And what about the father that came with us? And it's not on the fridge. The note's still there, at least. Our father's coming. He's asking for our help.
Please come quickly. It's going to be alright. sorcerer.
Oh no. Oh.
It's going to be alright, sorcerer.
Now we're back, assumedly, in the present. I guess I don't have to worry about that puzzle at least. But there's that other path we had to go through, and someone is unfortunate to have lived through all of this.
Please, no.
I may not be a priest, but I'm definitely not a murderer, apparently. What, the statue we got here? Was that... Deliver two into Moloch's hands before opening his navel. Alright. Oh, this... We're still in the same place. Except so much different. Filthy alkalite, the substance of Gary's influence flows through your veins. You are corrupted beyond repair. Your family and friends have forsaken you. There is no returning from the path you have chosen. Only Gary can save you now. Give up and fully let him into your heart and mind. If you do so, he will make you into a vessel worthy of the unspeakable. Resist and your soul will be lost forever. Maybe, actually. This game is no stranger to multiple endings, so... And not to spoil much, but I did make some decisions here that may have influenced an ending that I've put myself into up to now. But hey, if that means I get to replay this game later on in the month, that's all the better. I didn't have anything planned for actual Halloween proper, so this might be a good way to see what else there is in store. We've collected something here. And weirdly enough, there's no more puzzle to be had. Quo tu estis fumitul ilita. No idea what that means. I know a very tiny amount of Latin, thanks to video games deciding to use Latin choirs. We're back here. Somehow. Is it gonna split again? It is. Quod summa selitis tu. Not every day that statues move on their own. The Big Vor.
Mortis.
Huh. So I see that a lot of people have taken in the possession ring, huh? Oh. Alright, gotta collect that thing again and hopefully not get the Big Vor from the Gloop monster. Grab the amulet again. I'm assuming that's an amulet. Quod tu estis fuimus talia. Quod sumus selitis tu. Anything I get from exercising you? Nope. Round 2. Come get me. Dawson? Dang. Okay. Quite the fast vessel, that one. I'm not sure if I should call him a cultist anymore, or if I can even call that a demon. Because it seems to still be humanoid. although not at all human anymore. But third time's the charm. I think I should have just ran away there.
Mortis.
Yeah, no. Trying to exercise whatever that hellspawn is doesn't seem to be doing much for me, so let's run away from it. It outruns me, so that might be a futile attempt, but it's better than trying to exercise it to no avail. Fourth time's the charm. Yeah, that has a long reach, so maybe just go bye-bye. That worked out better than I expected it to. Let's save the game. If the game let me save unharmed. Okay. I think that picture moved. Or changed, rather. Yep, it's definitely changing. Excuse me? Excuse me? I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. Where is it? Don't like the flashing. Don't like any of this. You again. He's walking off one of my existence. Be gone, demon. Be gone from this place. Be gone from my space. I don't think this is working. I don't think any of this is working. I don't think any... I still have to try. Okay. Oh. Okay, we got another seal to dispel. And that might mean that we do have to exorcise that abomination to the left of us. I truly am in hell, it seems. We got one to the right, one to the left, apparently. Oh, did we switch sides entirely? Alright, looks like we got lots of fights here. We can't. Okay, that might have just been when we go up. Yeah. Now it's left. This hallway is left untampered with. Oh. Okay, it loops around. That's why I was getting confused with it. This is a whole new room. And I don't like the fact that they're in cages, because usually that means they're about to be unleashed. I'm exercising the literal hell out of whatever this is. Oh, okay. Please no. The vines are growing. Let's just leave the room while we can. Neither of you break out. If you know what's good for you. Nothing else go wrong in the hallway, please. Baphomet statue, we're really in it now. Hallway seems to be unperturbed. It's just a matter of these paintings, and that nun is turning around. As I was saying, it's just a matter of the two once human priests now turned demonic vessels. She looks healthy. Okay, let's do this. I can't do anything. Oh, okay. Maybe I can get out. I was gonna say, maybe I can loop him to just keep on grabbing me, but that hand has a very large reach, as one could guess. Sometimes it does not work if he just runs up to me. Mort. Watch out. Not sure what I'm gonna do if he just runs up at me. But let's hold steady our ground. Well, that didn't work. I got caught on the wall there. If there's an achievement for dying so many a bunch of times, I'm about to find out. Holding your ground does not work. Confirmed. Let's try running away. Maybe I don't have to beat them at all. Let's play. Red light, green light. Don't like that. Don't like this at all. Oh. We're the red light, green light. We're the... Okay, no, we're not the person saying red light, green light. We have to abide by her game. Okay, let's play then. Just gotta play it cool. Easy. You're not fool. I know I shouldn't have moved there, but I did because I was scared. Oh god, we're back here. Okay. Yeah, reach for me. Attempt to take me into your arms. Mr. Ward, what killed you? Squid Games. And somehow this game of red light, green light is even higher stakes than in Squid Game. Let's wait for you to turn once more. Grab the thing and run. I should have lots of time. Nothing there. Just run. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, dang it. I was hoping that if I just ignored him entirely, I could just run through it. But no. Okay, I can't do it with that guy at least. It's gonna be returning. That's the hardest part it seems. You'd think a place with so many Japanese statues would be very nice to me. But unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case. To think I corrupted so many things back in the 80s and 90s. For what? To be killed because I look like a priest in this game? His eye has to be something, right? I've missed out on too many things to just not be concerned with it. Okay, yeah, no, it's nothing. Look out for me. Dang it. Do I have to have both of them? Actually, since we're gonna die here a bunch anyway, like, might as well make sure. Okay, so I just gotta bend around. They'll follow my original position slightly, but they won't actively try to heat-seeking missile onto me. So I might have to spend a lot more time in that room. Krampus. Let's try for the bottom one then. Oh, actually, if we just... Them transforming might be proximity based. Ah! I cornered myself there. But yeah, them transforming is proximity based, so I can hopefully grab onto one and then just have him follow me while the other guy tries to grab onto me after transforming. When I bought this game, I was worried about how difficult it would be with just the one mechanic, but leave it to Erdor to make my blood run with this one. Come on. Yep. And we're home free. For now. From this one. Okay. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Oh, no. This room is gonna be the death of me in more ways than one. If I can have both of them do that'll be real nice. Just have them back up from me and then use the hand move. Come on. One more time. Alright. Just Okay, here comes the hard part. Let's try to... Okay. Okay, they'll use the arm move whenever they're close. We did... We're home free. We're home free. Fuck this place, I'm out. No, don't you do anything. Don't you do anything. Whew. We've done it. I believe that's all 3 thingamajigs. And for better or for worse, we can delve deeper into the worshipping grounds of the cult. And hopefully we don't see any more of those transforming cultists. Moloch is pleased with thine sacrifice. And hopefully he doesn't mean us sacrificing ourselves. Master of spirits, the body of the mother stayeth suspended beneath the crucible of the profane Sabbath. If thou canst unlock the final secret of the crucible, know ye this. The cross hath the power to weaken the mother, but only someone who is ablaze with purifying fire canst truly destroy her. If thou canst understand these words, thou shalt know the truth cost of thy faith. Okay. With one last... All we got is faith, it seems. And all we got is face. You are now a Tier 4 Acolyte. You have descended beyond everything that could possibly save you. Your words are not your own. Your actions are not your own. You belong body and spirit to Gary. Your face itches for the warm embrace of the ritual mask. You long for the blinding pain of the knife. You truly are Gary's chosen vessel. Fear not, only a little longer and you will experience the second death. Adios, alma petita. Gary loves you. Wait. Partake of the dark. That last part was in Spanish. Is Gary supposed to be Father Garcia? And hence why he was willing to stand beside us when everything else wasn't? It's a bit too early for me to be theory crafting, considering I'm assuming we're nearing an ending. Everything's getting darker around us. As we turn our backs onto everything fades from view. This time around, I did make my decision, so in true faith, time to reap what I sow. A lantern? Are we gonna have another flashlight segment? Oh, even worse. Cross is at the ready. I don't like that sound. I'm moving forward. Purple person. Crow jump scare. Or purple people clad in purple. Purple guy. Please leave me alone, friend. I'm just gonna turn down the volume for you guys. For your safety and... Actually, my volume too. For your safety and hopefully my own. Let's keep moving. flies away. Oh, oh. That was no human. We're dealing with birds now? That seal. But do we have to unlock another seal? Was that just one part of the key? That giant, ominous face? Oh god, oh god, oh god! Why are there multiple? Unfortunate. Okay. So, those crows, crow people, or rather people that were formerly people but now are crows, are gonna flock together. And we have to take them out one by one. I was gonna say it's a lot easier if I just do one after the other, but they seem to... It looks like they come by one after the other. Is that the end of it? Nope. Oh, it's just an onslaught, I think. Oh, something. I took out something. One part of the seal's broken. Let's cut some corners to ensure a safe exit. Okay. This is hard on my soul. Keep cross up just in case one's sneaking up on me. There they are. Oh no. Farther. Nope. Goodbye. Farewell. Where's the path back? Where's the path back? Okay. We're back. We're back here. Just one more room. I can do this. I can do this. I think I can do this. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. Doesn't matter how many spawn, just keep moving. They can't get me if they can't catch me. Crows aren't meant for land, they're meant for the air. I've got the home field advantage. Nope. Goodbye, ma'am. Smell you later, Stinky. They have very low faith HP, so I can exercise them easily. The last of the seals have been broken. I think this is where... Okay, yeah. Okay, we made it back. Time for another background check. Please, anything. Oh, might as well go for the thematically appropriate run. The seal has been broken. What awaits for us? Do you really want to open this door? Not really! Can I go back? Not trusting that. Not trusting that at all. Screw it. We've sown, we gotta reap. We're surrounded by people bathed in red.
Please, how do you make a portal to hell?
Well, we're gonna find out, aren't we?
Sometimes it waits for someone who has already walked through it.
Someone who's walked through hell? Couldn't be me.
Sometimes it opens itself in the deepest, darkest room where nobody can find it. And sometimes it comes when you drive up to you.
And sometimes you walk up to it. Oh no, the twins.
Hello, John. It's nice to finally meet you. Lord, help me. Somebody please help me.
There's no Lord here anymore. Oh hey, it's God. John, son of man, what dost thou wish?
This is too much for me. I'm so afraid. Please let me escape this place.
And the girl?
I just want to go home.
If I leadst thou to safety, her fate shall be sealed upon thine head.
I'll do whatever you want. Just take me away from here.
Swear it.
I swear it.
Is that a person in the back or? October 31st, Halloween night, 1987, the profane Sabbath.
My name is Gary Miller. So you're the one behind all this. In the name of the Lord, I demand to know what the hell is going on here.
Same, buddy? What?
Well, you have come this far. I suppose you deserve some answers. Fine, you get 3 questions, but no more.
Oh. I get the questions. Well, I guess the thing that led us to all of this, the injection. Also, yeah, I was about to say, this guy looks really cool for, like, a cult leader. I guess it's like, since youth pastors are all about being hip with the kids, he's also taken to that. But yeah, let's ask about the injection that led us to quite literally descending into hell, it seems.
A gift to prepare your mind and body for the unspeakable to enter. You could not withstand its presence without it.
That's as cool as he looks. That's a smile only a mother could love.
Yes, please, you should be thanking me.
We only get the choice of one or the other. We got a lot of information about the boys and what their purpose is in all of this, but what about Malthus, this dark entity that he's trying to summon?
Another spirit preparing the way for the Antichrist. The two of us together must fulfill the profane Sabbath. Oh, do not fret. Malthus has already been summoned to this plane. Did you really think you could prevent his arrival?
Looking at his full body, he kind of looks like he has a second set of hands right below the ones that are crossed on him. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. And speaking of how he looks, I don't think this is any longer a human. I think we should show a little humanity here. What about Amy?
My beloved Amy. She was the perfect vessel for the second death. But then you came and screwed it all up.
So we finally did some good.
No matter, once you have completed your journey, she will be mine again. Are we done chatting?
Oh god.
I think you have stood in my way long enough. Time for you to finally kneel before the power of the unspeakable. You will make a fine sacrifice. On guard. Red spiders.
What? What? Man is casting spells at me. I'm here playing priest. I'm playing priest. He's playing World of Warcraft. Or I guess rather Dungeon and Dragons, because that was the thing that's going on during the Satanic Panic. Where the best? But that was actually a really cool Easter egg to one of the endings in the first chapter. You again. But that raises the question whether everything that's happened here is of his doing. Oh no, oh no. Okay, we can. That leaves him open for a long time though. Okay, just let him throw. He even gets a reverb on his spell casting. Funny spellcasting aside, a rain of spiders is absolutely a horrifying prospect. Extremely effective spell, I gotta say. So long as he keeps on doing that spear attack. Summoning more of his false prophets. What? Whoa, whoa. Whoa. What is that? Regardless of anything he has on his up his sleeve, I've got the power of God and anime still on my side. Whatever that thing is, it apparently doesn't like taking cheap shots.
Don't be afraid.
Yo, Father Garcia with the Glock. Well, not the Glock, but with the shotgun. Get his ass.
I'm Father Garcia. It's good to finally meet you, Evo.
This game just went from Fate to Doom 2016.
Let us go. Be not afraid.
Let's do this, Father Garcia. Oh.
This is the girl sequel of the profane Sabbath, the source of the demonic activity. The seal of the Unholy Trinity prevents us from going any further. It appears we missed something in our search, something that you can grow in this seal.
Oh no.
There must be another way to stop the demons from coming through. I will defend this place as best I can. Don't worry, the thralls of the second death are closing in.
Okay. Not sure how good of protection I can do with only a cross when you got the shotgun, Father, but sure. I'll fend off the acolytes as best as I can, and anything else that comes to stop you. Nope. Well, not a lot of good protection I can do if I'm dead.
This is the girl sequel of the profane Sabbath, the source of the demonic activity.
I was wondering what that seal I did unlock, but seems I've got a few extra playthroughs to do.
There must be another way to stop the demons from coming through. I will
Hopefully that doesn't look now again, though.
best I can. Don't worry, the thralls of the second death are closing in.
I don't know if as well as the other Dread X collection guides, I'll do a really good job on making it so that you can still get the ending without having done everything, so hopefully I can still get that golden ending despite not having unlocked the seal. Of course I can't skip through any of this dialogue, so I will try not to die a lot. No promises though.
There must be another way to stop the demons from coming through. I will defend this place as best I can. Don't worry, the thralls of the second death are closing in.
So long as we don't get any of the transforming guys, we should be fine. I can handle these walkers fine. Oh, he's following me. Oh.
Mortis. This is the girl sequel of the profane Sabbath, the source of the demonic activity. The seal of the Unholy Trinity prevents us from going any further.
All I can really do is take care of the walking guys, and he takes care of the transforming guys.
There must be another way to stop the demons from coming through. I will defend this place
just a little bit.
I can. Don't worry,
although it's accurate with like this era of video games where if you messed up, you gotta listen to a bunch of conversations again. Hopefully a hotfix patch will fix that. Shouldn't be too hard to implement, just like make it so that once you get the first read through, it doesn't happen again. Yeah, hopefully it's not going to be too much of a problem to stream. Got a good position here at least. Well, dang. I was hoping it would shoot him. One more time. Yeah, you can make it that it only plays the first time, or like you can skip through with like mashing the A button.
I will defend this place as best I can. Don't worry, the thralls of the second death are closing in.
I'll try to keep him at this side, just in case someone spawns at the entrance there. I can also keep him safe from pretty much anything on the left side, as well as the top here. Ooh, that scared me. Alright. The cross has quite the range. And hopefully it doesn't have ammo. That one was pretty close. One from up top. Hey, nice, 2 for 1. Father Garcia with the ultra kill. Yeah, I think I found the sweet spot here. Okay. Not sure how long I'll have to hold this area for. Or if I even can do anything. Maybe. Oh, I gotta exercise the coffin. Oh, don't trust that. Ooh. Thank you, Father. Oh. Okay. Second sweet button has been found. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Dang it! Well, I know what I gotta do now, at least.
It appears we missed something in our search, something that you can broken this seal. There must be another way to stop the demons from coming through. I will defend this place as best I can. Don't worry, the thralls of the second death are closing in.
That was a good run, at least. Can only get better now that I know what I'm doing. Dang, dang it.
More
I was
days.
hoping I timed it right. Yeah, no,
This is the gossip of the profane Sabbath, the source of the demonic
thankfully
activity.
it's safe here, so if a patch does come out soon for it, I can at least exit out of the game and then try this over again with a better dialogue skipping option.
Something that you can broken this seal. There must be another way to stop the demons from coming through. I will defend this place as best I can. Don't worry, the thralls of the second death are closing in.
I've lost track of what attempt this is, but whatever it is, it has to be the charm. Thank you, Father. Okay, okay. Get back to my area. No. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, maybe if I can get him down in this wall, that'll be... Oh. Okay, there we go! Ugh. Something horrible happened here. But we did it. We made it through literal hell and back. Our faith was tested, but we prevailed in the end.
Well done, for you sealed up the demonic force within the crucible. Is it finally over? For now, but we did not fully destroy Gary and his unholy Trinity. Someday the horror will return. Until then, I'm going to war with the unspeakable. I need people like you, John. Father, last year when I first met Amy, I saw the devil. He trained me. I don't think I'll ever be free of Amy. I don't think my faith will ever be as strong as it once was. I don't think that's true, Ivo. You know the devil is real, and so you know the Lord is real. True faith looks forward, not back. Your journey is just beginning. Let me be your teacher.
No doubt that ordeal would shake one's faith, but also renew it to make it stronger than ever before. And at the very least, these two priests seem to be doing the good version of God's work, unlike other sects of church that you may hear about in the real world. And she even unlocked the Mother, the Daughter, and the Unclean Spirit. But so long as people fight off the true evils of the world, then hey, the world is going to be a better place. And that was one of the endings of Faith, I'm assuming. I'm assuming one of the endings. I'm not sure if Chapter 3 also has multiple endings, but I may have to see if there's anything else before I decide on whether or not I should do a full playthrough of the game. Especially since that does seem like a, well, not a bad ending, not the best ending. And the spooky noise continues. That definitely hints to me that there's more to this game than just that ending I got right now. Ending 1, a new purpose. Unlike the first game, it doesn't tell me how many endings there are, so I'm assuming it's gonna be like a second chapter and say there's 3 endings total. But my that was my first stream of Faith on release day. It is available for, well, actually let me check real quick. It's currently available for $13.49 on Steam, but the game is normally $15 on $15.99 without the current discount. Shoutouts to all these beautiful and talented people that made this game even remotely possible, as well as Eridorf himself for making a great game that's a better horror experience than any other horror game out there currently. And as far as we know, yet to be. Shouts to Phoebe Baker and Phoebe Baker. Two sides of the same coin. But yeah, I'm gonna do, like I was saying previously, I'm gonna do a bit of research to see whether or not there is significant changes in the other endings before there's some kind of talking going on in the background, but I can't make it out. But I'm gonna do some more research along this game before I decide on whether a second playthrough is needed to get the true ending. But that'll be it for this playthrough and this stream. I've been going for 4.5 hours and it's been one hell of a time. Gotta thank Inanimate Penny for dropping by in chat and following. Hope to see you on the next stream, whether it be more Faith or whatever other spooky games I've got lined up. And who knows, maybe I may just play through this game just to see the other endings of the first two chapters, because this game is kind of a hyperfixation of mine. But of course we gotta stick by to see if there's anything post-credits. Special thanks to everyone New Blood, Ryan Mitchell, Vinny, Jesse Cox, One Up Indie, Sean Spalding, and Brian Bouchard, various YouTubers and other big names that have helped get this game lots of eyes on this game. New backgrounds unlocked, new effects unlocked, and new chapter modes unlocked. What? Chapter modes? I guess that'll be a sneak peek before I end the stream with a raid. A raid. Shadow Legends. But yeah, this game is currently on discount for its release day. So if you want to play through this game yourself and see what it has to offer, I do implore you to purchase the game.
September 21st, 1987.
Purchase the game yourself and give it out
since I first went
it's well worth your
inside
money.
that house.
Or if you know a friend who's been
I have
looking
to
for a
finish
horror
what
game
I
to play during the
started.
season, this is one of the standout examples of horror that you can get for a nice paycheck.
Vatican.
And hopefully there will be more for it from me in particular. Extras. Conjuration mode coming soon. We can replay the intro and as well as the credits. Let's see that new background. Lumpy. As in lumpy touch? Hey! I love that. Love them. Gary loves you. We can always have Gary's watchful eye upon us. And I think we'll stick with Cornfield since it does add some much needed light to this game. Nothing new with the instructions it seems. But it said new chapter modes unlocked, so I'm assuming. Oh, we can read the notes we collected. Chapter Duel. And I guess if need be, I can just replay certain chapters. hopefully that also means if I play through a chapter and get a certain ending or get the notes required, I can carry that over into the next chapter. But that's gonna be it for me. Once again, thank you Inanimate Penny for dropping by and following. And anyone else that dropped by and chat to watch this old goat play a tale somewhat told on my prime time. And let's see, who can I raid? What do you guys think? Should I raid someone who's also playing this game, or should I give you a nice palate cleanse off of this game? Because on one hand, another YouTuber I look up to is actually playing the game, probably playing it better than I ever could. But there are a few smaller streamers that are playing some lesser known games that I also wanna give a highlight to. Not a lot of people though, right now. I'll flip a coin for it actually. Heads for the YouTuber playing this game, or tails for the smaller streamer who's playing a game I really want to see more people playing. Alright. Looks like the big YouTuber won out in the end, as usual. But we'll be launching you guys into more faith. Get that chat command ready, and hopefully it'll go clean. Or go smooth rather. But that'll be the end of stream here. Thank you all for coming by, and I hope to see you next time. Raid is starting. Oh, okay. Yep, see you guys on the other side. And I hope you have a good one. Take care of yourself.